Hello, and welcome to The Organized Bride, the second book in the Billionaire Marriage Broker series. When I was writing this one, I just loved the idea of an event organizer. I thought if there was a career that I was going to take that was not being an author, that would have been the career I wanted to do. And so I got to vicariously live that career through Janelle in this book, which was a lot of fun. Plus, Nick is an amazing guy. As far as billionaires go, he is pretty down to earth, but he's also super duper smart. And I love that about him. I love writing intelligent characters because I think people are smarter than we give ourselves credit for. So anyway, I'll let you jump into this story. I hope you enjoy it, and I'll see you on the other side.
The Organized Bride, a Billionaire Marriage Brokers romance novel. Written by Lucy McConnell. Narrated by Christina Dymock.
Chapter 1. McKayla fell into a chair at the bar, slid her high heels off her aching feet, and propped her legs onto the chair next to her. After a long day of making sure the decorations were up, the awards were in the right order, and the servers got the special dietary meals to the right tables, her toes needed a break. Technically, she was still on the job and needed to make sure the conference room was cleared out before she could go home and slip between her sheets. What a weekend, she moaned as she rested her chin on her hand. "Are you Ms. Marzed?" asked a pretty blonde in an expensive suit. McKayla had seen her throughout the night talking to different people. As the event coordinator for the hotel, McKayla didn't mingle with the guests. She was expected to stay behind the scenes, and she was good at it. Painting on her occupational smile, she replied, "McKayla, please." Swinging her legs off the bar stool, McKayla winced at the pins and needles in her feet. She might need an ice bath for her piggies before bed. "Oh, don't get up on my account. In fact, I think I'll join you." The woman slipped off her shoes, set them next to McKayla's, and rested her elbow on the bar. "Can I get you something?" McKayla asked. "A water would be great." The bartender overheard their conversation and winked at McKayla. He offered 2 bottled waters and a dimpled smile. McKayla said thank you without making eye contact. The guy was cute, dark skin and broad shoulders and all, but McKayla wasn't looking for anything right now. She needed to remain distraction-free. Once she had her own company, she could afford a few distractions. Focusing on the woman next to her, McKayla handed her the drink. "I'm Pamela Jones." "Nice to meet you." They shook hands. Pamela had a firm grip that caught McKayla by surprise. Limp meant wimp, and too many women out there just didn't get it. McKayla suspected Pamela got it and a whole lot more. "You're quite the party planner." McKayla winced. "Party planning is cake compared to what I do here." Pamela tilted her head to the side. "How so?" McKayla swiveled in her chair so she faced the ballroom. Pamela did the same, and McKayla felt that little thrill her work gave her. "It's all in the details." Her hands came up and she used them to accentuate her words. "Most people take for granted that the cloth napkins coordinate with the tablecloths. That's party planning. But what they don't register, at least on a conscious level, because I fully believe it does click on a subconscious level, is that this particular shade of blue in the company's logo was used on the invitation, the welcome banner in the hall, and the goodie bags they took home." Pamela's face lit up. "I see. It's tastefully done, but you've managed to associate this color with Bellevue Incorporated." "Exactly. Now, by providing the attendees with a pleasant experience, good food, a few laughs, and a gift, they will also associate good feelings with Bellevue." She paused to take a sip of water. "And therefore choose to do business with them in the future." Pamela filled in the rest. McKayla grinned. "Now you're getting it." Pamela took a moment to scan the room, and McKayla turned back to the bar to take a sip of water. Pamela slid her knees around to join her. Do you apply the same principles to smaller gatherings? I'd love to do an intimate dinner, but haven't had the chance. Why not? People don't book hotels for small gatherings. I have a degree in public relations, but event planning is my passion. There's such a rush having it all come together, and even when it doesn't, there's a challenge to be met. McKayla used her thumbnail to separate the wrapper from the plastic bottle as she talked. Why don't you open a business? Surely you know enough people from working here that you could strike out on your own. McKayla sat up straight. If Pamela had identified her exact ring size, McKayla couldn't have been any more surprised. Ever since she was a junior in high school, she dreamed of owning her own events company. One day, if she played her cards right, saved enough money, and made the right sort of contacts, she'd be able to give it a go. Pamela was exactly the type of contact McKayla needed. If Pamela's suit was any indication, she was successful at what she did, and McKayla would love to add her name to her future clients list. Unfortunately, that list wasn't nearly as long as she'd like. She shook her head as she replied, "I signed a contract when I started. I can't solicit the hotel's customers for at least a year after I quit." She peeled the label all the way off and rolled it into a tight ball. With her parents in a vacation home in Mexico for who knows how long, her sister wrapped up in finishing her law degree, and her friends giving up on her because she was always working, McKayla found herself willing to talk to this dynamic, yet motherly woman about her career plans. "I'd love to be out on my own, I just can't afford to go without a paycheck for a year." Pamela tapped her manicured finger against her lips. "Working weekend nights must make it hard to see your boyfriend." McKayla looked up, startled at the question. "You're right, that's why I don't have one." That and a couple other reasons, she added silently. "What about marriage?" "I'd love to be married one day, but it's not in my foreseeable future." "Oh? You'd be surprised." Pamela's eyes twinkled. McKayla scoffed. "Yeah, like building a business and getting married simultaneously is feasible." Pamela laughed, danced through the air. "Darling, you have no idea." McKayla gave her a disbelieving look, but she wasn't about to press the point with this obviously well-off woman who could become a steady client. Maybe not for the hotel, but for her future. In fact, she had come asking for her by name. "I'm sorry to go on about myself. Did you need something?" Pamela caught McKayla's eye and held it, searching into the corners of McKayla's soul. McKayla had the feeling that Pamela was looking for something specific, like a missing puzzle piece. She didn't look away. After a moment, Pamela broke into a huge smile. "I've got a good feeling about you. If you want to quit this job and come work for me for a year, I'd be happy to help you get your business started." Pamela reached into her clutch and pulled out a card. McKayla about fell off her chair. Apparently, whatever Pamela was looking for, she'd found it. "Are you serious?" "Darling, I'm always serious. Now, call that number on Monday and set up an appointment for Tuesday morning." McKayla tapped the card on the bar as she watched the bussers pull the tablecloths off and stuff them in linen bags to take down to the laundry. She thought of all the events she'd pulled together in this room and the little thanks she got from it. Richard, her boss, didn't appreciate the efforts McKayla went to in order to please her clients. Sometimes on ridiculously small budgets. Just that morning, he'd made a comment about McKayla being replaceable by any fresh college graduate. If she stayed with the hotel, she'd be doing the same job in 5 years that she did today, no closer to owning her own business. The life she could live stretched before her like a long, predictable, boring hotel hallway. All of a sudden, she was tired of spending every waking moment surrounded by tacky wallpaper and busy carpet. She should take a card from her parents' deck and throw out the expected. Embark on a new adventure. After all, if they could do a 180 in their late 50s, why couldn't she do one in her late 20s? You know what? I think I will. Perfect. Pamela smiled as she slipped back into her shoes. I'll see you Tuesday. McKayla watched her leave and felt a thrill go up her spine. She read the card. B&B. Pamela Jones. There was only a phone number, no address. She wondered what kind of job only lasted a year. Perhaps it was a special project of some kind. If Pamela would help her start her business, then she'd be happy to help out in any way she could as long as it paid the bills. This was an important step in the right direction. To get this year away from the hotel was an unexpected blessing. She flipped over one of the napkins on the bar and sketched her logo, the one she'd designed in a business class in college. Back then, the assignment was more than just a grade, it was an expression of her secret dream. If someone would have told her the Bellevue event would have been a turning point in her life, McKayla would have laughed out loud. Sure, everything went off without a hitch and the client was pleased, but for McKayla personally, the night couldn't have gone better. Chapter 2. Could this night get any worse? Gabe groaned. He hunched his shoulders, hoping his ex-girlfriend, Natasha, wouldn't see him as he made his way to the exit. The evening was a disaster. It started the moment he'd spilled cocktail sauce on his suit, continued into those horrific seconds when he'd forgotten the name of the award he presented, and now there was Natasha. If he could just make it past the buffet, he would be in the clear. It was useless, the distance stretched out like the Sahara Desert. Sucking it up, he prayed she was too busy socializing to scan the room and catch him as he made a run for it. Gabe. Natasha called out as he passed. She was too loud and several people turned to look at him. Sucking in air through his teeth, Gabe faced the woman who had turned his life inside out and upside down. Natasha. Good to see you. You too. She leaned in for a hug, and Gabe patted her back in an awkward attempt to end the embrace. At one time, he thought they were made for each other. They were the same height and had the same blonde hair and blue eyes, but that's where the similarities ended. Gabe could live with her strange taste in music and obsession with the gym. What he couldn't live with was her ability and determination to empty his bank accounts and her ability to justify misappropriated funds. The woman had zero self-control. Natasha laced her arm around his and locked him to her side. You have to meet my boyfriend, Tommy. You two have so much in common. Was she joking? He wondered. He sincerely doubted he and Tommy would have anything to talk about. Several high-level contributors were in attendance this evening and Gabe didn't want to make a scene, so he fixed a smile in place and allowed Natasha to maneuver him across the room. When they'd first started dating, Natasha was his whole world. They spent hours talking on the phone, as if hanging up would physically hurt. They were young, and Gabe had a knack for investing and the master's degree to back it up. In a short time, he'd built an investment company so big it outgrew him. He still technically ran the company, but he answered to stockholders who were all smiles as long as the numbers kept going in the right direction. As his funds accumulated, so did his commitments to certain charities. His favorite, and personal brainchild, was the Boys and Girls Center for Healing. It had started out as a tax write-off and a way to pay tribute to someone he'd lost, but it became one of his passions. As much as he loved being involved with the organizations, he just didn't have time to do it all. Noticing the strain he was under, Natasha offered to step in for him on the boards for the charities he supported. Grateful for her willingness to help him out, he'd turned it all over to the woman he loved without a second thought. What he didn't realize was that she was slowly draining his charitable funds account for unnecessary planning dinners, luncheons, and substantial thank you gifts. When confronted, she'd explained that's how the world worked. She needed to schmooze the representatives to get on their good side or they wouldn't work with her. He doubted that. He'd worked with these people for years without the bribes Natasha deemed necessary. He didn't back down, and Natasha broke down in tears and told him he had no idea how cruel women could be. She insisted that the gifts and lunches smoothed her way into elite social circles. Without buttering up, the women's purses stayed clasped and their gossip was debilitating. Since he'd given her carte blanche control of the account, he felt some responsibility for not checking on her more often. Within a week of cutting her off, she'd moved on to deeper and more willing pockets to empty, and now he was about to come face to face with the man who'd replaced him. Tommy, as it turned out, was 3 inches shorter than Gabe, had a stomach that hung over his belt, and by the smell of him and the sight of the empty glass in his hand was well on his way to Buzzville. He was boring a small gathering of followers with mechanic-worthy specs on the hot rod he'd purchased last week. Natasha tugged at his sleeve to get his attention. He jerked as though he'd been hit with a cattle prod, and the alienated audience dispersed. As Natasha introduced them, Gabe noticed the new jewelry around her neck. The expensive jewelry. It irked him that she'd sold the love they had once had in exchange for petty gifts. He interrupted Natasha as she explained how she and Tommy met at a stockholders' meeting a couple months ago. He couldn't take this tonight. I can't tell you how happy I am for the both of you. I can see that you're really great together. Practically sprinting out the door, Gabe handed his ticket to the valet. Though he was plenty warm in his suit, he could feel the change in the air. Fall was well underway, and winter wouldn't be far behind. He ran his hands through his hair. This was the busiest season of the year for him. As he slid into his leather seat, behind the steering wheel, his phone alerted him to a message. There wasn't a car waiting behind him, so he tapped on the message alert. Gabe. I've found her. Pamela. Gabe took a deep breath. Meeting Pamela at the car dealership while they were both there for an oil change was a crazy twist of fate. After pouring his heart out to her about Natasha and his busy life, she offered a solution to his problem, marriage. At first he'd laughed, but as she explained that she matched couples who would mutually benefit from an arranged short-term business marriage, it started to make sense. After all, he had many business partners who each specialized in a different field. Why not have a wife who specialized in running his charitable funds? He'd questioned why they had to be married, why not just hire someone? Pamela had stressed that there was no contract that instilled more faithfulness or held more weight than a marriage contract. If a woman was willing to commit to a marriage, even a brief one, then she would surely understand and rise to the level of commitment Gabe was looking for. Besides, the level of cooperation needed to keep Gabe in the loop would require odd hours and a lot of familiarity. Some of the charities he worked with would frown on a scandal of any type. Another reason he hadn't hauled Natasha to court. And a marriage would keep the gossips away. By the next week, Gabe had signed the code of conduct, read the required premarital books, handed over a hefty deposit, and reviewed the prenuptial agreement with his lawyer. Then, he waited. As he oscillated between calling the whole thing off and praying it would happen soon, he'd call Pamela for weekly updates. His last call went something like this. I need help, Pamela. Darling, these things take time. I don't have time. The holidays are almost here and it's prime fundraising season. I'm drowning. Patience. It has to be the right match or it won't work. I'll let you know when I find her. Sigh. Thanks. He'd hung up the phone feeling as though he were adrift on a life raft with no land in sight. But now, with one text, he felt the elation old-time sailors must have felt when they spotted land. Land meant salvation, and having a wife to take this burden was Gabe's saving grace. Chapter 3. McCayla stared at Pamela as if she'd spoken in Gaelic. She blinked several times before finally blurting out, You want me to be a wife? It's not a swear word, darling. Pamela folded her hands in front of her and rested them on the desk. It's a title of honor. MaKayla's shoulders slumped. She'd had such high hopes for this position. There was no way she could become a wife. Marriage was the last thing she needed in her life. What she needed was an office, a reception area, and a business that could make enough money to pay rent. I don't understand. I thought you said I'd be working for you. You will be, in a way. Pamela stood up and walked slowly around the desk, talking as she closed the distance between them. MaKayla found herself scooting back in her chair. I'm a marriage broker. A matchmaker, if you will, though I don't like that term. I deal in short-term business marriages. Business marriages? MaKayla was so confused. What the heck was a business marriage? Yes, darling. Successful marriages are based on what one partner can do for the other, like a business partnership. The marriages I broker are mutually beneficial. The husband's and wife's skill sets complement each other and make for a more successful whole. In your case, you need a year to build your clientele, gain experience, and not worry about paying bills. Am I right? MaKayla nodded warily. Gabe needs someone who can set up and run fundraisers and small dinners, plan meetings, and manage an expense account for several high-profile charities. MaKayla leaned forward. The work was right up her alley. And if they were high-profile charities, she'd be able to make enough contacts that she'd be running at a full sprint when she finally opened her business. Ideas started to tumble around. Realizing she was missing Pamela's instructions, she straightened up and came back to their conversation. As a married couple, you would live together, so you won't have to pay rent, utilities, or any other bills. All our brides are provided with pin money, their own bedroom, or suite, as the case may be, transportation, and grooming essentials. MaKayla grabbed the sides of her chair. This meeting was a merry-go-round set to the highest speed, and she struggled to keep up. Really, a person shouldn't be sideswiped with marriage. Wait. Pin money? It's an old-fashioned phrase. Pamela tapped her finger on her chin. We should really change it to expense account, except that the money is yours whether you spend it or not, like a paycheck. MaKayla looked down at her white knuckles. She wanted to ask how much money they were talking about, but this was sort of a job interview and you weren't supposed to talk salary at the first interview, so she held back her curiosity. Instead, she went for the other delicate subject, which made heat creep up her neck. You said that I'd have my own room. Does that mean I don't have to, that we won't, I'm not that kind of broker, darling. Prying her fingers away from the chair, MaKayla shook them out and took a moment to think things over. She told herself she didn't have to rush into this. There was no axe waiting to fall. She just had to think it through. Logically, staying at the hotel was an option. Not an attractive option, nor was it cohesive to her long-term plan. However, it meant a steady paycheck. That was good. Becoming a bride was also an option. A scary, insane, and strangely attractive option. The wife part wasn't all that attractive, but the rent-free living, spending cash, and transportation were much better benefits than she got from the hotel, which amounted to 40% off a room and leftovers from the events. The new responsibilities were also attractive. From the sound of things, it would be an amazing experience. At the end of the year, she'd have a beefy resume and enough confidence to embark on her life's adventure. Not that she could use wife as a job title. She'd have to work that over. Maybe she could use an acronym. Once she was in the job, she'd be able to put a better title to it than wife. The reasons to accept Pamela's offer piled up. The main reason to reject the offer was fear. Fear of the unknown and of a strange situation. Fear of marriage. Fear of marrying a man she'd never met. MaKayla had never let fear stop her before. She was too logical. Gripping the seat, She slammed the mental doors on fear. She asked, "Okay, it sounds great. What's the catch?" Laughing, Pamela made her way back to her chair. "There's no catch, but there is a code of conduct. If you're ready to sign on, I'll send you to Harrison's office to get started. We can sign the prenup toward the end of this week, and you can be married Monday morning." Married Monday morning. That was fast. When her parents had decided to live a beachcomber's lifestyle, they didn't hesitate. They went for it. They were happy, and MaKayla could be too. A joyful life wasn't a matter of wanting what you couldn't have, it was about creating joy in the moment. What better time to get started on the journey than right now? MaKayla pulled out her pad and tapped the calendar app. "I'll have to give my 2 weeks to the hotel. Can we put this off until then? I'm afraid Gabe is in need of help a bit sooner than that. However, you may be able to ease into the charity work and ease out of the hotel the same week." Pamela consulted a calendar on her computer screen. "How about you give your notice today, and then we schedule the wedding for a week from tomorrow? That would only give you a week of overlap." "I think I can make that work." A solid week at the hotel would give her a chance to wrap things up and for her boss to find a replacement. If his comments about her being replaceable were correct, then it shouldn't take him more than a couple of days. She could train her replacement and work for Gabe the second week, doing half days at both jobs. No one said transition would be easy, but she could make do for a week. "We like to have the bride and groom sign the prenup together." Pamela clicked a couple icons, and a new calendar popped up alongside the first one. "Gabe is available Thursday morning or Friday afternoon." "Sorry. Friday, I have a junior prom to prep for, and Thursday, there's a huge awards ceremony that requires a beach scene for photographs. I'm booked." "How about tomorrow?" "I could do early morning." "Nope. Tuesday morning?" "Okay, we're going to have to change things up a bit. I will have Gabe come sign Friday and you can sign Monday." "Sounds good." She added the appointment to her calendar and then stood to follow Pamela down the hall to meet Harrison. Harrison was a good OL boy who walked her through the code of conduct with patience. He had that sexy middle-aged thing going for him, where the wrinkles around his eyes only deepened his male magnetism. His boyish smile served him well. MaKayla was soon at ease enough to ask questions. "Does he have to sign one of these too?" "Everyone signs one." "What happens if one of us breaks the code?" MaKayla didn't think she'd have a problem, but she wondered what would happen if Gabe turned out to be a drunk or threatened her physically. "Once the incident is reported, you can expedite an annulment. If he's the one who breaks the code, you'll receive the rest of your PIN money in one lump sum and he'll be dropped as a client. If you break the code, you waive your right to any PIN money, transportation, or housing benefits previously provided by your husband. Depending on the severity of the problem, you could also be served with a restraining order." Yikes. "Yeah. Don't break the code." "Got it." As they finished up, MaKayla asked, "Can I get a copy of the prenup?" "Sure." Harrison pressed an intercom button and asked the receptionist to have a copy waiting at the front desk when MaKayla was ready to leave. "I thought I was ready to leave." "Oh no, you still need to see Trish and Kimberly." "What for?" "Trish is our style consultant, and she'll kill me if I let you leave without an initial look-see. Kimberly handles the money end of things, she can set up your spending account." "We'll start with Kimberly." Kimberly was a bit on the hyper side, flitting here and there and attaching labels to files with incredible speed. She didn't actually get up from her chair. The ergonomically correct seat had wheels, and Kimberly put racing stripes across the floor. If the 2 coffee-stained mugs on the table had much to say about it, MaKayla figured Kimberly was running on a late afternoon high that would have her crashing hard around 7. MaKayla had made that mistake when she started working for the hotel, As her nights got later and later, she downed more coffee and her sleep cycles became all messed up. It took almost 2 weeks to get everything out of her system and for the headaches to stop, but it was worth it. Kimberly handed MaKayla 2 folders, gave her a polite smile, and sent her off to meet Trish. Trish squealed like a long-lost sorority sister when she walked into the room. "I love new brides." She snatched one of the folders from MaKayla's hands and flipped it open. "What's your wardrobe like?" MaKayla looked down at her fitted tan slacks and oversized sweater. "Like this for day, and I have several dark suits for evening events." "Not bad. We'll get you a few more so you have a selection. And you'll need a wedding dress." MaKayla felt like someone had thrown a whole bag of baseballs at her chest. She clutched the folder as the room spun around her. She'd somehow ended up on the merry-go-round again. "Hey." Trish gripped her elbow and led her over to a yellow couch. "You don't look so good. Here, sit." Trish ran out and came back a minute later with a bottle of water. "What's the matter?" she asked quietly. MaKayla turned her body so she faced Trish. "I'm getting married." Trish nodded. "Yep. In a week." "Yep." She kept nodding. "I don't even know what he looks like." "Nope." Setting the file on the coffee table, Trish smiled. "Do you want to? Is that allowed?" "Sure. This isn't the dark ages." Trish pulled her laptop over and clicked open a file. In the top left corner was a photo, and MaKayla leaned in for a better look. "Hang on there, eager beaver," said Trish. She double-clicked on the photo, and the gorgeous face of MaKayla's fiancé filled the screen. "Dang." MaKayla pulled the laptop closer. "I know, right?" Gabe's blonde hair was a bit on the shaggy side, not unkempt, but tousled. He had a square jaw and a small dimple on his right cheek, but it was his blue eyes that caught MaKayla in a web and held her there. "Dang," she said again. Gabe was polished with a capital P. Having worked with corporate types on a regular basis, MaKayla categorized Gabe as professional, smart, and strategic. He had no need to hire a matchmaker. Broker, as Pamela liked to call herself, in order to find a traditional wife. So he must have come to BMB with an agenda. Perhaps putting on a good front for the public and avoiding scandal, and of course the charity donations were huge tax write-offs. The wedding must fit nicely into his financial and career goals. With her new assessment of Gabe, MaKayla decided as their personalities didn't clash, working alongside Gabe could be enjoyable. Trish laughed and pulled the computer back. "Feeling a little better about things, are we?" MaKayla sighed with relief. "Little bit, yep." "Okay, so he's a hottie. Let's talk wedding day." She pulled up a checklist. "We'll have the wedding here. It's not really a ceremony, as it's just a justice of the peace and a couple of witnesses. The whole thing takes like 15 minutes, and then you'll be out the door." "An office wedding? Were they kidding?" MaKayla grimaced. The irony. Trish's forehead wrinkled. "What? I'm an event planner." She rolled her hand through the air, waiting for Trish to catch on. When she didn't, MaKayla said, "A wedding is the biggest event in a woman's life. I'm an event planner. There should be flowers and linens, and invitations, and save the date cards, a photographer, a limo, a pastor, and cake. Seriously, a 5-tiered almond chocolate cake with royal icing and cornet lace. Not business associates and some justice of the peace." She shook out her fingers. "I wanted to plan my wedding." Placing a reassuring hand on her arm, Trish said, "That's not what we do here." "Well, not usually. There have been a few elaborate ceremonies when the situation calls for it. But not for this account." "I'm sorry, but but this isn't your chance to plan things out. McKayla bit the inside of her cheek. Hey, this is temporary. You'll get your chance to plan the big date. Nodding, McKayla flipped off the nostalgic part of her brain that yearned for the wedding she'd dreamed about since she was 9 years old, and flipped on the occupation part of her brain that helped her see this as a new job. Not a wedding. She picked her ring, a French-set halo diamond on a platinum band that wasn't exactly professional, but it was gorgeous. How much time do you have before you have to be back at work? Asked Trish. I took a half day off, so I've still got a couple hours. Perfect. We're going shopping for your wedding dress. McKayla's heart leapt. The dress. She may not be dancing the night away with the man of her dreams, but she'd be able to wear a satin gown that swished when she walked. Not down the aisle, no aisle here. It would swish when she walked into the office. Okay, that sounded horribly anticlimactic. A quick ride in the back of a limo had them at an upscale boutique, divided down the middle with one side for women and one side for men. McKayla's heart dropped. There wasn't a scrap of white lace in sight. This whole gulp engagement was turning into one big disappointment. McKayla shook herself and decided to make the best out of the situation. One day, she would have a man who would waltz her across the dance floor. That day was not today. Today was a step toward that moment. An important step. Job. New company. Guy. Those were her priorities, and she had to stick to them. How about this one? Trish held up a beautiful royal blue dress with a wide belt. It was nice, but not quite right. I'm thinking something a little more fallish. If she were really getting married, she'd have her bridesmaids in chocolate brown. McKayla looked up to peruse the garments hanging higher on the wall, and her breath caught. Too high up for her to reach was a stunning dress made of barely their fabric. It had a scoop neck and 3/4 sleeves, and McKayla fell instantly in love. At Trish's request, the salesgirl had the dress down and a changing room open in less than 2 minutes. Stepping out to check the fit in the full-length mirror, McKayla asked, "Is it appropriate?" Trish flapped her hands as though she was fighting off tears. "It's perfect. Oh man, I love shopping." McKayla laughed and twirled in front of the mirror as Trish selected 2 pair of earrings and a bracelet. She held the long, beaded earrings up to McKayla's cheek. "What do you think?" "I love them." She stared a little harder at the mirror, scrutinizing the bangles, when a cream-colored jacket behind her caught her eye. Pressing her lips together, McKayla went over to the men's section and rubbed the material between her fingers. It was expensive and soft. "I don't think they have that in your size," joked Trish. Standing there in her wedding dress, which wasn't bad for not being made of white satin, McKayla felt brave. She was supposed to bring her expertise to the marriage, right? Well, she was going to bring a little more than that. "I'll need Gabe's measurements." "Can you get them for me?" Trish rubbed her hands together. "Give me 5 minutes." McKayla didn't stand around and wait for Trish. She selected a pair of pants, shoes, a dress shirt, and a tie to coordinate with the jacket. It was a risk buying clothes for a man she'd never met, but if he was going to marry her, he might as well look good. Of course, with eyes that blue, how could he not look good? She hoped he didn't do anything drastic with his hair before the wedding. The clothes she chose were a bit edgy, like the style she'd picked up on in the photograph, and she didn't want that bad boy image spoiled. It gave her a light-headed feeling, and she could easily picture him on a Harley. She'd have to be careful with the daydreams, building him up in her mind could be dangerous. McKayla used her new credit card to pay for the dress and suit. Trish agreed to take the suit back to the office and promised to have it delivered to Gabe before the big day. She gave McKayla a hug and scheduled a pickup early on her wedding day. McKayla hurried back to work. She typed up her resignation, gave the briefest of explanations to her boss, and dived into organizing the place for someone new. At 1 o'clock, McKayla was knee-deep in prom details with the student body president. As they wrapped things up, the girl let out a squeak. "I forgot to order his boutonniere." The young overachiever ran out of McKayla's office, her backpack bouncing heavily with every step. McKayla smirked. Thankfully, she didn't have to worry about all that high school drama anymore. However, flowers were timeless. In the short time she and Trish had to plan out the wedding, they hadn't once discussed flowers. There wasn't any reason she couldn't have a bouquet for her wedding. Something tasteful, in fall colors of course, would be fine. Glancing out into the hall, to make sure no one was headed her way, McKayla brought up the website for the company that provided flowers for the hotel. She searched through the hundreds of images quickly, discarding anything that looked like spring, summer, or Christmas. She found the perfect combination of dark greens, yellows, and oranges all tied together in a stunning bridal bouquet. She pulled out her new credit card and was about to hit buy when she thought of Gabe's suit. Better buy him a matching boutonniere. I don't want him to feel left out, she thought. If she was right about her quick evaluation of Gabe, he would want a piece of the spotlight. Once she'd selected the size, small and tasteful, for the masculine type, a thrill of excitement raced through her. She was getting married. Who would have thought? Pressing her fist to her stomach, she fought the butterflies. This was crazy. Crazy and stupid and, in a strange way, right. She hoped she wouldn't regret this decision, because she was all in. Chapter 4. Gabe stared at the garment bag that apparently contained his wedding suit. Dread made his skin clammy. What have I gotten myself into? He whispered. He ran his hands through his hair. Pamela held out a glossy catalog with engagement rings in different sizes set on a blue background. This is the ring McKayla selected. Here is the coordinating men's ring, but you can choose whatever you like. Gabe looked hard at McKayla's ring. It was a round diamond encircled with a ring of smaller diamonds set on a platinum band. It was elegant and not as gaudy as some of the other rings on the page. However, it wasn't the least among them, and, out of habit, he questioned her choice. Could she have picked a smaller one? Yes, there were several available. Then why did she go for this ring? Was it the size of diamond, or something less obvious, such as the color? Natasha hated gold, said it washed out her skin. Perhaps McKayla was the same way. He had to trust Pamela's screening process. She had assured him that her employees were responsible and trustworthy. The matching ring is fine, he said. I'll have them both here next Wednesday. Do you have any questions? Gabe glared at the bag again. Do I really have to wear that? Pamela laughed. You haven't even seen it. Gabe didn't have to see it to know he'd hate wearing it. The suit might be great, but it reminded him of the way Natasha had always trying to change him. She'd buy designer suits and then pout if he didn't wear them to dinner or, heaven forbid, if he suggested that they stay home once in a while. Pamela tapped her chin. I think it's nice that McKayla's taken an interest in making this day stand out. It shows that she's invested. Besides, it matches her dress. Gabe slouched. McKayla already had them in matching outfits. How humiliating. I think Trish sent me a photo. Pamela scrolled through her phone and held it out to him when she found the image. Gabe took it, expecting to see a dress on a hanger or a mannequin. Instead, there was a stunning woman smiling for the camera, one hand on her hip and her feet bare. With her long brown hair and slim figure, she looked like a model. Is that her? He asked without looking up. Yes, that's McKayla. As dumb as it sounded in his head, he hadn't given any thought to what his wife would look like. When he placed an ad for an office manager, he didn't require people to send in a headshot, and when he found a marriage broker, he didn't ask her to pick someone alluring. The spark of happiness in MaKayla's eyes was like the smell of mint in his flower garden at home. It woke him up and made him open his eyes wide to take in the beauty. He sighed with relief that she didn't look anything like Natasha. Though MaKayla was wearing a designer dress, she didn't act like a hanger meant to show it off. She wore the dress like it was an extension of her skin. Standing poised with her shoulders back, she appeared confident enough to offer a full smile and not the practiced pout Natasha favored. There was nothing calculating about this woman. Looking from the phone to the garment bag and back again, Gabe decided that it couldn't hurt to humor MaKayla. Well, if she's already bought the dress. He trailed off. Pamela took her phone back, and Gabe wished he had a copy of that picture to remind him that not all women are like Natasha. He hadn't dated since their breakup. If he was honest with himself, he was avoiding the dating scene because he was afraid that all he'd find were more Natashas. He said goodbye to Pamela, and as he rode the elevator down to the lobby, his fingers hooked through the hanger and the garment bag thrown over his shoulder. He chastised himself for letting what happened between him and Natasha affect this marriage. He wasn't giving his heart to MaKayla, he was hiring her to do a job. A job she was obsessive about, as evidenced by the way she coordinated their clothing for an office ceremony. If she paid as much detail to his charities as she did to this short business transaction, then she'd do well. Gabe loosened his tie as he thought about MaKayla in her wedding dress. A situation like this was bound to have complications. It was unconventional at best. He'd have to be careful to maintain proper boundaries between them so as not to encourage thoughts like the ones he had when he looked at MaKayla's picture. The ceremony, if you could call it that, wrapped up, and Gabe checked his watch. He noted that if the parking garage charged by the half hour, he would be out of there with a minimal fee. He'd also noted that MaKayla was a rare combination of beauty and business. Her dress, a wispy thing the color of milk chocolate, floated around her curves in an alluring yet classy way. Her matching eyes were pools of emotion, intelligence, and wit. He hadn't missed her glance at his lapel, and his defenses immediately went up. He said his I do through tight lips and didn't offer MaKayla his arm, as he'd previously planned on doing for their walk to the elevator. Gabe wasn't sure what to say to this beautiful stranger who was now his wife. He cleared his throat as they walked to his car and tried desperately to think of something to ease the awkwardness that grew between them like a thorny rosebush. Awkwardness that was completely his fault. He'd put up the wall. MaKayla had a small smile, but every time their eyes met, she looked quickly away. Gabe sensed the tension rolling off him. He needed to talk himself down before he scared her away. If her resume was any indication, she was a strong investment, and, as with all his investments, he needed to take care of it. Her. He needed to take care of her. Them? Their marriage. Scrambling for a way to break the ice, Gabe hurried over to open her door. She slid gracefully in, doing that swivel thing women did in dresses to keep their knees together. Another classy move that said MaKayla was a lady. He liked that. As he shut his door, Gabe spied the small package he'd placed in the back seat this morning. Stretching, he plucked the gift from its place, held it out, and smiled. I got you this. MaKayla tucked her hair behind her ear. You didn't have to get me anything. Gabe liked the way she wore her hair down. Most of the women he knew pulled their hair back into messy buns or braids to keep their hair out of the way, and while that was fine every once in a while, it was nice to see a woman who wasn't afraid to be a little more free with her tresses. While she concentrated on opening the box, his eyes quickly took in her graceful movements. He was suddenly grateful Pamela had been picky. When MaKayla slid the iPad out of the box, she said, "Thanks," like she wasn't quite sure about it. Gabe smiled and plucked the pad from her hands. I thought this would make things easier for you. Using his left hand, he tapped the on button, and the screen flashed to life. It has both your calendar and my calendar here. Pamela's crew set that up. But then I downloaded all the information you'll need for the events this year, including a list of contacts and the vendors we've used in the past. Here. He handed it back to her, and she spent the next few minutes becoming acquainted with the software. They drove to the office in silence. There wasn't time to ease MaKayla into the business. She was officially hired. As he turned into his parking spot at the downtown office, she looked up. Thank you. This will be very helpful in getting organized and finding my feet. No problem. I'm relieved to have you get started. He couldn't express how relieved he was. Running his company took 40 to 60 hours a week, not to mention the charities, which could take that much and more, especially during the holidays. The past 2 weeks had been merciless, and he knew he was missing things. There simply wasn't enough of him to spread around, and he knew he was doing subpar work because he hurried. Gabe jumped out of the car and went around to her side to open her door. Despite his relief, he couldn't help but worry that turning things over to someone else also meant he had to trust them. MaKayla seemed competent. However, he wasn't looking for someone who was merely competent. He wanted someone who would care about things the way he did. MaKayla's background was a mystery. Had she faced hard times? Did she have the compassion it took to drive a person to beg for money for abused children or the elderly? Only time would tell. For now, he planned to keep a close eye on her and see where her loyalties lay. He was prepared to step in if needed. No way would he turn a blind eye again. As MaKayla exited the car, the smell of blooming lilies assaulted him. She still held the ridiculous bouquet in her hands. What was with her and flowers? They could be a problem. He didn't want to explain to people that they had driven from the ceremony to work. Nope. That would just not do. The matching outfits were bad enough, though they didn't match as much as coordinate. His pants were so dark they were almost black, and the jacket was creamy white. Next to her brown, they looked like they could go together, but weren't set up that way. Besides, her dress was classy and feminine and his suit was kind of bad. Not exactly twins, but the two looks complemented one another, like their contrast was part of what made them work. Shaking himself out of his thoughts, he asked MaKayla, "Can we leave that in the car?" MaKayla pursed her lips. "I guess it's cool enough that the flowers won't wilt if they're here for a while." She placed it carefully on the passenger seat, making sure the leaves weren't being flattened and that the short ribbon wasn't kinked. Her efforts made him wonder if she was offended he didn't wear the flowers she'd sent. When she'd looked for them, he bristled. However, now that he reflected on the moment, it could have been much worse. Natasha would have pouted until he promised to take her to lunch or shopping to make up for it. Gabe shook his head. He needed to forget about Natasha and move on. If MaKayla was disappointed, she didn't show it, neither did she hold it over him. 2 points for MaKayla. MaKayla looked around as though she just realized where they were. Perhaps the ceremony was a bit of a shock for her. He'd had months to anticipate getting married, and from what he heard, she'd had only a few days. If she was reeling, she covered it well, with squared shoulders and a determined glint in her eye. That glint took Gabe off guard. Was she enjoying the challenge? "What's the plan?" she asked. Gabe gestured toward the doors. MaKayla walked a couple feet and then stopped so fast that Gabe bumped into her, knocking her forward. He reached out and grabbed her shoulders, pulling her against his chest to keep her from falling. For just a moment, they both froze, and Gabe could smell her deep-scented perfume. A tremor went through her body. Or both of theirs, he wasn't sure. And he released her shoulders. "Sorry." She ducked her head as she tucked her hair behind her ear again, and Gabe had the insane desire to reach out and try that himself. "I was startled because that's my name." She pointed to the fresh paint on the concrete. Well, it would be if I was changing my name. Her cheeks colored slightly. Gabe hurried to explain. That's your parking spot. I should have warned you about the name, but I thought it would be best if my colleagues knew you as MaKayla Russell. MaKayla smiled, but it looked more like a beauty queen on a parade float smile than the one he'd seen in her photo. You're the boss. She started toward the doors again, and Gabe fell in step beside her, partially to present a united front when they walked through the door and partially so he wouldn't run over her again if she stopped. It wasn't the running over her that bothered him, so much as the holding her close. That had churned up feelings he hadn't seen in a long time, feelings he needed to keep a lid on, because he was, as she so aptly pointed out, the boss, not someone who could pursue those feelings, even if he wanted to. Chapter 6. Monday afternoon, MaKayla arrived at the office of BMB, quite out of breath. She'd had one of those mornings where her clients all decided to panic. She, of course, had everything under control, but confident reassurance for the prom queen nearly cost her a bumper as she tried to talk and drive, something she wasn't very good at. Once in the building, she barely caught the elevator before the doors shut and practically fell out when they opened on her floor. The receptionist ushered her into Harrison's office, where she set her signature next to Gabe's on over a dozen sheets of paper. She examined Gabe's signature, all blocky with a final swoop at the end. She added this piece of the puzzle to the picture she was building in her head. That swoop was the eccentric side of him that balanced out the corporate image. As she was leaving, Trish caught her arm and pulled her aside, letting out a hushed squeal. He got the suit. MaKayla's heart thumped. Anytime she made her first presentation to a client, she got butterflies. She was good at reading people, excelled at it. However, all she'd had was a picture to go off of, and making a decision as personal as clothing had been a risk. A calculated one, but a risk nonetheless. Did he try it on? She grabbed Trish's hand, feeling more like the prom queen and less like a business wife. Not here. Pamela gave it to him when he signed the papers. Oh. MaKayla felt her heart sag. She'd hoped he would be at least a little curious. Anyway, did you still need his address for the flowers? Asked Trish. MaKayla pressed her hand to her heart. In all the rush of prom and meeting with her sister, she'd almost forgotten to have the florist send the boutonniere to Gabe. Yes, thank you for reminding me. I'll text it to you as soon as I get back to my office. Thank you. My pleasure, Trish grinned. I'll see you Wednesday. As she exited the elevator, MaKayla's phone beeped with the info, and she hurried to send Gabe's address to the florist as she walked to her car. She settled behind the steering wheel, pausing when she realized she had Gabe's address. It was the first real personal tidbit of information she'd gained on her fiancé. Tapping her finger on the side of the phone, she contemplated doing a drive-a-bee. Just to check out where she would be living. That wouldn't be high school at all, she told herself as she rolled her eyes. There was a difference between stalking a crush and previewing her new home. Her phone beeped again, and she sighed. The text came from her replacement, Tara, wondering who they used for ice sculptures. Apparently, MaKayla was easily replaceable, as her boss had hired a college grad in less than 2 days. Tara was competent and quick. She had the ability to pick up on things fast, which would make MaKayla's transition out that much easier. However, she lacked the attention to detail that MaKayla applied to the position. She ached a little to know she was leaving some of her best clients in Tara's hands. She could only hope that after a year, they'd come running. She hit the call button and resigned herself to work like a dog for the next 48 hours, so she'd have time to meet and marry Gabe on Wednesday morning, before she had to run back to work an evening event. Chapter 7. Early Wednesday morning, Gabe tucked in his shirt and then nodded the tie MaKayla had picked out. As he slid the jacket on, he admitted that she had good taste. He liked the way the fabric felt, it had movement and didn't weigh him down like many of his other suits did. When he checked the final product in the mirror, he was surprised to see that he just looked like himself. If he had been the one at the store, he would have bought it. 1 point for MaKayla. The doorbell rang while he was slipping on his shoes, and when he went downstairs, the maid handed him a box with a clear window. His eyes widened in horror at the small floral arrangement. Opening the lid, he smelled the heady flowers and snapped it shut again. There was no way he was going to put that thing on. MaKayla may have hit a home run with the suit. In fact, he could already see himself wearing it on a regular basis, as it wasn't formal attire. But he was not going to go prancing into B&B with a boutonniere. He needed to set some boundaries if they were going to work together, and this was the perfect time to start drawing those lines. If he didn't nip her enthusiasm in the bud, no pun intended, MaKayla would run all over him. And he wasn't going to go through that again. Ever. MaKayla waited in Pamela's office with Harrison and Trish. She was grateful for the wedding bouquet, because it hit her shaking hands. She wished she could have invited Brooke to stand beside her. But inviting her sister felt as unprofessional as bringing a baby to a board meeting. She was on the clock, and that meant her personal life had to stay tucked away. Her early morning appointment at the salon had included a shoulder massage, a pedicure, a manicure, a trim, and a style, which had all gone a long way to make her feel like this wasn't just a normal day. Even if she was only signing a contract, it was a marriage contract and it was important. Other people married for reasons other than love and they still treated it like it was significant, so she felt that she should too. Pressing her lips to refresh her gloss, she closed her eyes to recenter her thoughts. She pictured her new office with her name and the word owner on the door. When she opened her eyes, she was ready to meet her husband. The rich smell of roses and fresh greens filled the air around her, and she took calming breaths as often as she could without passing out. From where she stood, she could hear the elevator doors open. Pamela's deep laugh echoed down the hall, and Harrison said, "That's the rest of the group." Trish gave her hand a squeeze. Pamela breezed through the door, followed by an older gentleman with wire glasses and heavy jowls, and then, quite suddenly, MaKayla was in the same room as her betrothed. Gabe was easily a head taller than MaKayla, with broad shoulders and a trim waist that all looked delectable in his wedding suit. MaKayla blinked. She shouldn't be referring to her new boss as delectable, even if he would be her husband. Schooling her thoughts would make all the difference. She'd worked with attractive men many times before and had been able to keep the small flame of attraction under control. Of course, she'd never worked with a man who exuded as much power and confidence as Gabe. That was a little disarming. MaKayla's eyes flicked to Gabe's chest, well-defined even through the layers of fabric, to find the boutonniere she'd sent, but the spot was bare. She wondered if the florist made a mistake. Asking about the gift would put Gabe on the spot. Men who were used to being in charge didn't like to be challenged, especially in front of a group. His flowers had been an afterthought, a small detail that would have rounded out the afternoon, but they weren't essential. She opted not to say anything for 2 reasons. 1, she didn't want to put Gabe on the defensive right off the bat. The situation was awkward enough without adding to it for something as small as a boutonniere. 2, if the flower shop had messed up, Gabe would likely place the blame on her shoulders. However, if she never brought it up, he would never be the wiser. Better to act as if everything were going according to plan than make a scene. Today was about making a good first impression. Smiling, she took Gabe's hand as Pamela introduced them. "It's nice to finally meet you," she said. His handshake was firm yet gentle, and when they pulled apart, she felt the loss of his warmth. Trish moved them all into place before the justice of the peace. They said "I do," exchanged rings, and before she had a chance to blink, she was married. Chapter 5. Sunday afternoon, McKayla sat at a small table in her sister's apartment while Brooke went through the prenup. I knew having a lawyer in the family would pay off someday, she joked in an attempt to lighten the mood. Brooke had taken McKayla's handwritten wedding announcement as a joke. Then, when McKayla explained the situation, she took it as a threat, acting as if McKayla had been seduced by a cult. McKayla had come prepared for this situation with a half-gallon of peanut butter cup ice cream and a zen-like demeanor. She'd done an hour's worth of yoga to clear her mind and center herself before approaching her overprotective big sister. "I'm not a lawyer yet," said Brooke. She was still dressed in her pajamas, and would have spent the day buried in law books if McKayla hadn't dragged her to the kitchen table for ice cream. The longer she spent buried in the contract, the calmer she became. McKayla took it as a good sign. McKayla's yoga zen was wearing off. "Do you think I'm crazy?" Brooke looked up from the papers and twirled the highlighter between her fingers. "Well, when it comes down to it, the definition of a marriage is the union of two people, recognized by the law as being a union that, in this case, makes them husband and wife." Brooke got up to refill her soda as she continued. "I've taken family law classes, and they never talk about love or sex being a prerequisite for marriage." She made a face. "Although, one of the grounds for divorce or annulment, depending on the state, is the inability to consummate the marriage." McKayla's jaw dropped. "Does it say consummate in there?" She pointed at the inch-and-a-half thick stack of papers. Brooke waved her hand. "No. Although it does say a physical relationship isn't forbidden as long as it is mutually agreed upon by both parties." McKayla pressed her palms to the table as her cheeks burned. Brooke noticed her discomfort. "Anytime you want to back out, I'll be right behind you. To be fair, though, it appears that at the end of the year you'll have a no-contest divorce in which neither party is blamed for the breakup, thus avoiding bad publicity for either of you." "That's good, then. Because you know how I hate bad publicity." Brooke smirked at her sarcasm. McKayla leaned back in her chair and fiddled with one of the many pens scattered over the table while Brooke went back to reading and highlighting. A half-hour later, she raised her hands above her head and stretched. McKayla could hardly stand it. Her excitement over quitting the hotel had grown overnight. If there was a rug that would quickly be yanked out from under her, she needed to know and know now. "Well?" Brooke growled. "I can't see any reason not to sign it. The document is set up to protect both of you, and you really have nothing to lose." McKayla dropped her head to the table. "Then why am I so nervous?" Brooke covered McKayla's hand with hers. "Because no matter what this stack of paper says, marriage means more to you than money." McKayla cursed under her breath. "How do I convince myself that this isn't a big deal?" Brooke tipped her head from side to side, as if weighing her next words. "From all appearances, this is a great opportunity. But to be honest, it's freaking me out a little, too." She stood and paced the room. McKayla rubbed her hands up and down her arms. "It's a calculated risk." Brooke stopped. "Dad would say, those are the best kind." They shared a smile before Brooke continued. "When I graduate next spring, I will have more debt than Mom and Dad did when they bought their first house. But you know what? That doesn't matter. It's only money. What matters is that I saw my dream and I went for it. I will never have to look back on my life and wonder, what if? Some things are worth laying it all on the line for." McKayla nodded, soaking in her sister's words. "Do you want to own your own company?" "Yes." Brooke sighed in resignation. "Then go get it. If that means marrying this guy and attending board meetings for a year, do it." McKayla gathered her papers and purse and headed for the door. "I guess I'm getting married." "Hey, McKayla?" Brooke called after her. "Yeah? Don't forget to call me after the wedding." Brooke winked. MaKayla rolled her eyes. I won't. Chapter 8. The next couple hours were a whirlwind of introductions, orientations, and directions. MaKayla took meticulous notes and noted that a few people's jaws dropped when Gabe introduced her as his wife, but for the most part they recovered quickly. For her part, MaKayla wasn't sure she'd get used to being someone's wife. The title sounded false in her ears, like the laugh track they used on sitcoms. By the time they settled in the conference room for a meet and greet with deli sandwiches and several of MaKayla's new coworkers, she needed headache medicine. It was in her purse, where she always kept an emergency supply, but she thought it would be rude to down them in front of people who were going out of their way to make her feel welcome. Gabe placed his arm on the back of her chair and leaned close. Are you okay? MaKayla ducked her head and looked up at him shyly. She wasn't used to letting men get this close, and Gabe's powerful frame was distracting. She refused to think about the way she'd trembled against him in the parking garage. It had been because of the shock of seeing her new name painted brazenly on the asphalt that caused her to shiver, not the way his strong hands had felt against her arms. At least, that was what she told herself. Gabe was as off-limits as the moon. She felt that the ceremony, if one could call it that, had gone well. She needed to keep her head on straight and prove that she was every bit his equal in this arrangement. Showing weakness would not help her establish a firm footing. Giving into it would create an impression that she was weak, and it could take months to erase a bad first impression. Just a little headache. It's nothing. David, Gabe's assistant, patted their shoulders. Okay, lovebirds, break it up. We need to get this meeting started. MaKayla turned her attention back to those around the table as Gabe's arm vacated her chair. She was supposed to head the committee that organized the Thanksgiving Day fun run, and she needed to take charge of the meeting. Why don't you fill me in on what's been done so far? Pushing her half-eaten sandwich aside, MaKayla tapped her new iPad, threw Gabe a thank you smile for the tech, and brought up the Notes app. Typing as people talked, she listened to their reports, asked clarifying questions when needed, and kept them from going off topic by redirecting random comments. 20 minutes later, she had a handle on the event and a few ideas. Turning to the man who was over all things graphic design, MaKayla said, David, why don't you design a flyer we can distribute to the businesses along the route? Since the race has been happening for several years, they are aware of it, but new customers may not be. The more we show them that we appreciate their cooperation, the more support we'll get in return. It could also bring in a few more participants. David nodded, and she moved on to the next item in her notes. Sharon, the prizes are fantastic, you've done a great job. Is there a way we can separate the professional runners from the amateurs in the prize categories? Sharon's eyes narrowed slightly. David may be fine with a little extra work, but Sharon would be a hard sell. Why would we do that? Asked Sharon. MaKayla wondered if she was stepping on toes by heading the committee when she didn't have experience with the company. Some people would resent an outsider coming in, that was to be expected. She'd have to win them over with competence and praise. It adds an extra level of fun for those who don't race competitively without taking away from those who do. Perhaps we could offer them in a drawing? That way, all the participants would be eligible. Sharon's eyes danced to Gabe and back to MaKayla. Would he back up his longtime employee or his new wife? She wondered. MaKayla was sure that was the question on everyone's mind, including her own. We've never done that before and we've always had a good turnout, stated Sharon. MaKayla purposefully didn't look at Gabe. If he was questioning her plan, she needed to forge ahead with confidence. If he offered encouragement, she had to appear as though she didn't need it, or her coworkers would smell blood in the water. She bounced her leg under the table and kept her voice light. I don't doubt that. This is one of the city's biggest charity races, and your crew has done an excellent job every year. However, there are several other races. The 4th of July one sponsored by Metcraft and the Valentine's Day race sponsored by Trembler Technology come to mind. They have at least 1,000 more participants, and they offer prizes for both categories. MaKayla offered a silent thank you to her sister for dragging her out of bed for these things year after year. They'd run together since MaKayla graduated from college and moved close enough that they could meet up every couple of days at the high school track. On their off days, MaKayla usually went to the gym and hit the treadmill, preferring to zone out to music while she punished her legs. Sharon scrolled through her notes without looking up, and MaKayla could tell she was weighing how much to push back in front of the boss. MaKayla took the offensive, hoping to defuse a power struggle before it started. Many runners don't have the time and may never have the stamina to compete on the professional track, but they could win something in a drawing. It's fun, adds goodwill to the event, and people like to see the mother of three who came in 53rd walk away with a prize. It gives the feeling that anything is possible, and we can tell them that, with their help, it's possible to get help for these abused kids and teens. Sharon nodded slowly and made notes on her iPad. I'll see what we can do. Since most people have already registered, it would be difficult to have them go back and answer one question. Perhaps we could have them fill out an entry ticket at the race. MaKayla did a silent victory dance. The simpler, the better. I agree. If it works out, then we can put it on the entry form for next year. It was a small concession, but it felt like a major victory. How do we account for the prizes on the balance sheet? If we have to provide a few more for the drawing, will it take away from the donations? Gabe asked MaKayla. The concern on his face set her off kilter, and she barely kept her mouth from hanging open. Gabe hadn't spoken the entire meeting, and his first worry was the minimal cost of a few prizes? What a miser. From what I understand, they are considered donations from the company and are fully deductible. We won't have to take money out of the funds raised to pay for them? Gabe clarified. Sharon jumped in. I'll make sure that doesn't happen. MaKayla quickly checked the time in an effort to hide her irritation. It wasn't Sharon's job to watch over MaKayla's shoulder. The first chance she got, she'd familiarize herself with the accounting side of things so she'd have the right answer on the tip of her tongue. Thank you all for coming. We'll meet back here in a week. She stood to shake hands with people and accepted their congratulations on her nuptials. Gabe stood dutifully by her side. MaKayla figured it was as close as she was going to get to a reception line on her wedding day. I'll walk you down, said Gabe after the room cleared out. MaKayla snapped the cover on her iPad. She was still irked at Sharon for jumping in and at Gabe for asking a question he knew she wasn't prepared to answer. This whole thing was as new to him as it was to her, except that she had a mountain of information to consume in the next few days, and all he had to do was clear out a spare bedroom. He could have waited to ask about the prizes. Instead, he'd embarrassed her. Not cool. I have to be to the hotel by 1. How long would it take to get across town to my car? Gabe considered her frosty tone before waving away her concern as they entered the elevator. I have a car and driver scheduled for you for the rest of the week. I thought it would be easier if you didn't have to worry about a driving, and you could work during your commute. Well, that was unexpected, she thought. MaKayla reasoned that time was money for Gabe. It made sense that he would value others' time as much as he valued his own. And he should value her time, because he knew exactly how much it was costing him. However, she did appreciate the gesture and so softened her tone. That's very thoughtful. Thank you. It was the least I could do after Pamela told me you still had to finish out a week at the hotel. MaKayla exited the elevator first. Gabe didn't want to, nor did he need to hear about her misgivings over Tara. Once again, she censored her response to exclude anything personal. I've been training my replacement, so the transition for the hotel should go well. They stopped at the glass doors. Gabe reached from behind her to open it, and McKayla thought she smelled crisp lemon. Coupled with his arresting blue eyes, the scent did funny things to McKayla's insides. Funny how things between them could go from frosty to sizzling in a matter of seconds. From what I've seen today, your transition here should go well, too. McKayla felt her cheeks grow warm under the compliment and chided herself. Twice Gabe had made her blush, once in the parking garage, when he'd saved her from falling and possibly ruining her wedding dress, and now here with a compliment and a sincere look. If she kept reacting to him this way, she'd burn more calories from being with Gabe than she did on her daily run. Thanks, she stammered. I'll see you later, he asked. McKayla noted the slight lift in his voice at the end of the statement. It wasn't a command, but a question. She shook her head. I have an event tonight that will run late and meetings at the hotel tomorrow morning, so I was planning on sleeping at my place. Oh. Gabe's dimple disappeared. I'll be here tomorrow afternoon to go over details for the shareholders' luncheon. He gave an efficient nod. Sounds good. McKayla walked across the small plaza in front of the building and climbed into the car. Whipping out her phone, she dashed off a text to Brooke. Married check. New job orientation check. Brooke's answer came fast. Hot husband? McKayla hesitated before typing. Check. When do I get to meet him? That was a good question. At what point could she bring her personal life into the situation without it being unprofessional? There were no self-help books on arranged marriages or business partnerships that included living together. This was one she'd have to play by ear. Not sure. Coward. McKayla laughed. Nag. Love you. You too. Leaning back into the plush leather seat, McKayla pulled out the iPad and checked her weekly calendar, filling in the blanks. When she got to Saturday, her hands hovered over the screen. Her appointments were in yellow and Gabe's were in orange. Anything that they were both supposed to be at was in green. Saturday morning there was a yellow appointment that read Pack Moving Truck, followed by a green appointment that read Move In. Frantically digging through her purse for her headache medication, McKayla opened the complimentary bottled water in the cup holder and downed 2 regular-strength pills. Her body reacted like a child's to medications, anything stronger than regular strength, and she'd be sick to her stomach. Things had gone well today. The wedding was smooth as plain vanilla ice cream and about as exciting. A justice of the peace, exchanging vows, and acquiring some bling didn't take all that long. McKayla admired her ring. Funny, she hadn't paid any attention to it since Gabe slipped it on her finger. Speaking of Gabe, he looked amazing in his suit. Just like she knew he would. His willingness to go along with her last-minute plans won him some points in the husband department. Looking up at the salt and pepper hair of the driver, she smiled. It was thoughtful of Gabe to arrange for her transportation. He didn't have to do that, but the fact that he did told her he had considered her predicament and then done what he could to ease the strain of balancing 2 full-time jobs all without being asked. She shrugged. He was probably like that with everyone. Her luck with men wouldn't have produced a Gabe Russell. If it wasn't luck, then what was it? She wondered. A picture of Pamela sitting next to her at the bar a week ago popped into her head. Pamela may not look like a fairy godmother, but she'd certainly granted McKayla's wish for a better career. If she played her cards right, she'd have everything she'd ever wished for by the end of the year. Well, almost everything. Gabe. Company. Husband. She had to keep her goals in order. She giggled to herself. Too bad she didn't actually have Gabe. McKayla choked on her water. Not that she wanted Gabe. Nope. Gabe was off limits. McKayla was too smart to mix business with pleasure. There was no way she was going to mess up this job by falling in love with her husband, a boss. Chapter 9. Gabe spent the rest of the afternoon fielding phone calls and emails full of congratulations while he attempted to catch up on the pile in his inbox. Grateful they hadn't gone the traditional route of inviting hundreds of guests to a reception, he thanked everyone and told them that in lieu of gifts, the happy couple would love a donation made to one of their favorite charities, listed below. The workday wound down, and Gabe got more keyed up. This morning, his marriage had seemed like an innocent white lie, as if he were an actor playing the part of a husband. Now, with the whole world treating it as if it were real, there was no way to take off the stage makeup and go back to his old life. This was forever going to be a part of his history, the lines written in permanent ink. He prayed it would be a highlight, something that he would eventually be proud to rehearse. But in his gut, it felt wrong not to have MaKayla there with him. Married couples should be together. Not every moment of every day, but they should come home and connect. Each note of congratulations brought a new level of guilt. The only way to alleviate it would be to be with MaKayla and act like a husband. And he couldn't do that, because it would be weird. He jammed his hands into his hair. There had to be a balance, he just wasn't sure how to go about finding it. "You've had a busy day," said David as he plopped down in the chair across from Gabe. Lacing his fingers behind his head, he kicked his feet out in front of him and crossed his ankles. "Getting married this morning, dropping your new wife like a bomb on the company, and now what, heading out for a romantic dinner for two?" Gabe kept his eyes on his computer screen as he wrapped up his email. It was better if people didn't know the particulars of his marriage, so he gave David a smirk but didn't comment. "Come on, boss, quit tin time." "Why? Are you in a hurry?" "Yep. I got me a hot date and I don't want to be late." David tugged at his collar. Gabe gave him a disbelieving glare. "It's Wednesday. Since when do you go out on Wednesday nights?" "Since you proved that even Wednesdays can be full of possibilities." David stood up and rapped his knuckles on the desk. "Nice suit, by the way." Gabe looked down at his wedding suit and smiled. He had to hand it to MaKayla, this suit was the perfect combination of rebel and business appropriate. The longer he wore it, the more he liked it. As he shut down his computer and grabbed his car keys out of the top desk drawer, he smiled. MaKayla had a lot more going for her than her style. Her poise in taking over that meeting this afternoon was commendable, and the way she handled Sharon with firm politeness was spot on. You couldn't give that woman an inch or she'd take a mile, but if she was on your side, she'd fight for you like a mother bear. Gabe sagged under another wave of guilt. He'd called MaKayla out during the meeting and he shouldn't have. There was no way for her to know where the money would come from, she'd barely had 15 minutes in the car to look things over. Besides, his question could have waited. Instead of reflecting on the situation, he'd reacted out of fear and protectiveness. The money from this year's run would finally allow the Boys and Girls Center for Healing to open a branch on the east side of town, where it could do so much good for abused kids. Gabe's fears were dumb, because he married MaKayla to watch over these things. He shouldn't feel the need to protect the funds from the person who oversaw them. Gabe wasn't a therapist, but he was aware enough to realize Natasha was still controlling his actions and reactions. The best way to get rid of her influence would be to change his focus. To wipe her from his thoughts. Actually doing that would take some practice. The elevator ride went quickly, and when Gabe opened the car door he was hit with the sweet smell of roses. Cursing under his breath, he looked at the bouquet on MaKayla's seat. What am I supposed to do with that? It was obvious. Even to Gabe, who knew nothing about flowers or women who loved flowers enough to buy them in big bunches and carry them around. That MaKayla cared about the ribbon-wrapped flora. Nodding to himself, he decided one way to get rid of Natasha's leverage would be by focusing on the new woman in his life. Not that he thought of MaKayla as a woman. She was a woman. A beautiful woman. But what he meant was that he should focus on his new investment. Doing something nice for MaKayla would take his mind off all the horrible thoughts Natasha inspired. Out with the negative and in with the positive. Pulling out his phone, he did a quick search for ways to preserve a bouquet. The first site wanted him to press the flowers between two heavy books using wax paper. Eyeing the bundle, he decided that he didn't have books big enough to fit around the whole thing. Shoot, he didn't even know if he had wax paper. The next site was just as bad. It told him to hang the bouquet upside down for up to a month, checking periodically for bugs. That was not at all appealing. The third site offered professional preservation services for a fee. It just so happened that they were located fairly close to a Chinese restaurant he favored. He found their number in his contacts and ordered takeout as he pulled into traffic. If he hurried, he could make it before the preservation shop closed, have dinner in the car, and be home in time to catch the last half of the basketball game. Passing MaKayla's hotel on the way home, Gabe felt a stab of guilt. Again. Would this roller coaster never stop? MaKayla was working 2 jobs to make this marriage work, and he was going home to relax. It didn't feel like the best way to start things out between them. All lopsided. On impulse, he swung into the hotel entrance, grabbed the takeout from the passenger seat, and left his car with the valet. It took him a few minutes to find MaKayla in the ballroom. She'd changed into a black suit with a white shirt, and if it weren't for the headset attached to her ear, she would have blended in with the support staff. He shook his head. That wasn't right, because MaKayla didn't blend in at all. Her gypsy eyes and natural grace set her apart. She pressed her hand to her other ear to block out sound as she concentrated on listening to whoever was trying to come through on her headset. She looked flushed, and as she pressed her bottled water to her forehead, he wondered if her headache had gotten worse. Sticking to the outer edges of the room, he made his way around to where MaKayla talked to the bartender. "Watch table 3, she was saying. Water it down a bit, okay?" "Yeah, I'll keep an eye on them." "Thanks." Coming behind her, Gabe touched her elbow to get her attention. "Hey." When MaKayla's eyes met his, her smile went from pageant queen to girl next door, and Gabe's chest puffed out a bit. "Natasha who? What are you doing here?" Her eyes darted around the room, and Gabe wondered if he'd made a mistake. "You hardly touched your lunch, and I thought you might be hungry." He held up the paper bag with the restaurant's logo on the front. There was always enough for 2 or 3, depending on how hungry he was. "Thanks, but I'm stuck here for at least another hour. After the speeches, I have a little break before it's time to clean up." She pressed her water to her cheek. From this close up, Gabe could see the flush to her skin and the heaviness in her eyelids. He touched her forehead with the back of his fingers. "You feel warm." "I'm sure it's nothing. I've been running nonstop since I arrived." "Did you take medication for your headache?" She nodded. "Right after I left your office." He quickly counted the hours. That was over 6 hours ago. It was a good thing he'd stopped in. MaKayla was running herself into the ground. "Was it? I've been so busy, I haven't paid attention." Gabe sensed MaKayla was the type to put her own needs on the bottom of her to-do list. She was good at what she did because she focused on her work. However, someone needed to take care of her or she'd run out of steam. "I'll go get you something from the hotel shop." "Thanks." Gabe was off before MaKayla could change her mind. When he got to the small shop, he was dismayed to see they had several different options, and he had no idea what type of medicine MaKayla usually took. Instead of trying to pick something out for her, and probably picking the wrong thing, he bought one of every kind. When he presented them to MaKayla, she laughed, though it was heavy with fatigue. "Do you own stock in pharmaceuticals or something?" She selected a regular strength ibuprofen. "Actually, I do. They have a fantastic return rate." Gabe mentally cringed at the shocked look on her face. He wasn't trying to throw his money in her face, yet it probably came across that way. "Oh. McCayla struggled to open the heavy plastic surrounding the minimum dosage pills. "Do you want something stronger?" he asked before he dumped the rest of the packages into the takeout bag he was still carrying around. "No. This will have to do." He took the package from her and ripped it open. Dumping the pills into her hand, he felt as though he was overstaying his welcome, but wasn't ready to leave her until he knew she would be okay. "I'm going to head to the bar and eat my dinner. When you're done here, come find me and I'll make sure you get home." "That's not necessary. You already got me a driver." Was it his imagination, or was that a polite brush-off? "Let's let him get home." "Oh, all right. But I'm not sure how long I'll be." Was she trying to get rid of him? He took in her clipboard and headset. Probably not. She was just used to having the answers. Well, she didn't have to be on shift for him all the time. He wanted her to feel comfortable around him. They'd be spending the majority of their time together, and keeping a professional relationship would make things awkward. Besides, after seeing the way she gave her all, a part of him wanted to take care of her. "Don't worry about it." McCayla's earpiece beeped, and she shrugged before running off toward the back room to take care of some emergency. Gabe found the hotel bar. As he walked in with his takeout food, the bartender gave him a look that said, "I don't think so." Instead of sneaking over to a corner booth and ignoring the guy, Gabe walked right up to him and placed the bag on the marble counter. "Hey, how's your night?" The guy looked around the place and shrugged. "Could be worse. Listen, I need a favor. I'm here until my wife's done in the ballroom. I'm starving, and I'm missing the game." The guy chuckled. Gabe noted his name tag. "I will buy a round for everyone in this place and make it worth your while to turn on that TV and find the game, so I can catch the last quarter while I eat my cold Chinese food. What do you say, Brian?" Brian used a bar towel to wipe off the counter. "I was looking for an excuse to turn the game on myself." When Brian smiled, his teeth were so white that Gabe blinked. "Thanks, man." As Gabe pulled out paper boxes with wire handles, Brian went to work mixing and distributing free drinks to the people at the tables. There were only 2 couples and a few stragglers, so it wasn't that big of a deal to buy a round. However, the group was appreciative. With a minute left in double overtime, Gabe found himself surrounded by a new group of friends, feeding off his excitement and thanking him for the free drinks. At that point, McCayla pressed through the intimate crowd and slid onto the stool next to him. Slumping into the seat, she looked half dead. Gabe's stomach sank. He wasn't doing a very good job taking care of her. She waved away his offer for chow mein. What she needed was sleep, and in order for that to happen, Gabe needed to get her home. Just as he stood up to escort her out to his car, his team made the winning bucket and the group exploded. McCayla cringed, no doubt feeling the cheers like a prize fighter feels punches to the head. He quickly handed Brian his credit card and put his jacket back on. As he signed the credit card slip, McCayla packed up his leftovers. He couldn't believe that as bad as she felt, she was taking care of him. He simply stared. Did she even realize that with each movement she was draining her reserves? Was there a selfish bone in her body? Gently taking her arm, he held his breath, waiting to see if she would accept his help. She kept her back straight and didn't lean into him, but she didn't pull away. He shook his head. McCayla was as independent as any woman he had ever met. In his experience, women like that had hard shells. Shells that were easy to bounce off of, but difficult to crack. Once they were in the car, he checked her temperature again by pressing his hand against her forehead. She shivered even though she was burning up. "What's your address?" McCayla told him, and he put it into his GPS, then turned the sound down so it was barely audible and wouldn't bother McCayla. Her condo was in a nice neighborhood, and the area was well kept. He opened her door but didn't offer to help her inside. "If you need to take tomorrow off to get better, I'll understand." How would that look? The new girl, the boss's wife, no less, taking off her second day on the job. She shook her head. I already bailed on Tara tonight for cleanup. Don't worry, I'll be there with bells on. She closed her eyes for a moment. Maybe not with bells. Do you have everything you need? Do you want these other cold remedies? No thank you, I have stuff inside. She paused with her hand on the door. Facing the window, she said, thank you for coming tonight. Someone had to take care of you. Her head slowly turned his direction. The look she gave him was part confusion and part defensiveness. Why? Gabe squeezed the steering wheel. You won't, and you're no good to anyone if you're half dead. McKayla pressed her palm to her forehead and closed her eyes. Don't worry, Mr. Russell, you haven't wasted your money or your time. I assure you, my health will not affect my performance level. Shocked, Gabe dropped his hands from the wheel. What was he supposed to say to that? He wasn't worried about her work ethic, he was worried about her. And she threw it right back in his face. Well, good night, then. Good night, said McKayla. Despite the heavy awkwardness in the car, McKayla moved with grace as she climbed out. Gabe would have opened her door for her, but she probably would have slammed it on his fingers. His frustration mounted as McKayla made her way slowly up the path to the front door. He felt such a desire to take care of her, to tuck her in bed and make sure she took her medicine, and at the same time wanted to drive off in a haze of rubber. In the end, he did both, sort of. He waited until McKayla was safely inside and then peeled away from the curb with a satisfying squeal. The success of the charities he participated in, and in some cases ran, was important enough to him to marry a woman he didn't know. They were the motivation for almost everything he did and the reason he'd started investing in the first place. It wouldn't be long before he could work full-time in philanthropy. When that happened, he'd see the Boys and Girls Center for Healing open branches all over the country. There were so many children and adults suffering from the effects of physical and mental abuse that needed help. His help. Until he could afford to step away from the company, he needed someone to keep that section of his life healthy. He'd thought Natasha would do a decent job, thought they were on the same page, because she'd encouraged him to move forward with his plans to start the company. It wasn't until later that he realized she saw him as a paycheck and her commitment to helping others was practically non-existent. She wasn't a bad person, she just wasn't the right fit for him. McKayla was a different matter altogether. He needed her to do well, and he was going to make sure she had what she needed to succeed, because in the end, her success was his success. Even though she was his wife, there was a line there that he needed to maintain, which was why he needed to cool his temper. He was right, McKayla wouldn't take care of herself. She'd taken the lowest dosage of medication. That wasn't going to do anything to help her. Yanking the wheel, he stopped on the side of the road to do a quick search for herbal cold remedies on his phone. Maybe she was one of those people that didn't believe in taking pills. After finding the information he needed, he headed for the health food store a few blocks away that, according to their webpage, was open late. He needed to make sure his investment was in good shape tomorrow. Chapter 10. McKayla woke up to her phone beeping and a headache that could split rocks. She rummaged around on her nightstand until she found the phone and checked the text from Brooke. Run today? Head cold. Are you going to work? Both jobs. Good luck and let me know if you need anything. Sitting up just far enough that she wouldn't spill her glass of water as she drank, McKayla took stock of her situation. Her body felt heavy, a little on the achy side, and her head was as stuffed as the teddy bear on her shelf. The one consolation was that she didn't have a cough or a sore throat. She could deal with a runny nose, and once the painkillers kicked in, the pounding in her brain would be reduced to a manageable level. What she'd told Gabe was true, her health, or lack thereof, would not affect her performance level. She simply wouldn't allow it. She downed half a glass of water, then sank back into her pillows until the alarm went off. Groaning, she forced herself into the shower, where she let the hot water clear her sinuses and soothe her tired muscles. Stepping into the steam-filled bathroom and wrapping a towel around her shivering body, McKayla wanted to climb back into bed. A self-depreciating laugh escaped her lips. There was no way she was skipping out on Gabe. Not after her little snit in the car last night. She'd been tired and ornery and sick, and Gabe had pushed her buttons. She paused. That wasn't truly fair. Gabe might understand. He'd offered to give her the day off, in a kind of backhanded way. His attention the night before puzzled her. Honestly, the last person she'd expected to see at the hotel was Gabe. Her life at the hotel was supposed to be separate from her life with Gabe. They weren't supposed to mix, and suddenly they were in a blender. No one from her old life, except for Brooke, knew she'd gotten married, and she wanted to keep it that way. Gabe's appearance threw everything out of whack, and she still couldn't figure out why he'd shown up. She quickly tailed off. Maybe he was a micromanager. The way he jumped all over where the funds were coming from for the prizes, and then showed up out of the blue to check on her would suggest that he didn't know how to let things go. She threw the towel on her bed. That was just great. Gabe didn't see her as an equal, like she'd thought. He saw her as a project. By the time she finished getting dressed and doing her hair, she was 15 minutes late to the hotel. She'd vowed to be a model employee right up to the end, but her cold made moving feel like sledging through muddy lake water. She ducked her head as she passed the hotel manager's office. He hadn't been too happy with her since she turned in her 2 weeks, but that was his problem. All she could hope for now was to avoid a dirty look. It wasn't like he could fire her for being late. She smiled to herself. That was the beauty of having a job lined up before you quit. Thankfully, Tara had their 9 o'clock appointment up to speed and was walking them through the place settings for their wedding when McKayla entered her office. Sinking into her chair with her business smile in place, McKayla was grateful for Tara's abilities. She really had caught on quickly. McKayla made a mental note to tell her how impressed she was after the meeting. The couple was happy with how things were progressing, and it looked like it would be a fairly easy reception to coordinate. For the rest of the morning, McKayla and Tara reviewed procedures and phoned or emailed past clients to inform them that McKayla was handing over the reins. McKayla ignored her body as it begged her to go get some rest, and instead focused on crossing items off her to-do list. In the car on the way over to her new job, McKayla let her head drop back against the seat and tried to gather strength. She was grateful for Gabe's foresight in arranging for a car, even if his motives were controlling. She doubted she'd be able to keep her eyes open behind the wheel. How was she ever going to get through an afternoon of meetings? Slowly climbing out of the car, she patted the driver's arm and told him thank you. Her favorite shoes felt heavy as she crossed the small plaza. On one level, she was excited about the afternoon's agenda, but on a completely physical level, she dreaded getting through it. Not surprisingly, Gabe met her in the lobby. His lowered brow left no doubt that he'd watched her slow steps from the car to the building. She chided herself for not being more aware. Hoping to win back a few points, she smiled and said, "The driver is a lifesaver." "Thanks again." "It's no trouble," replied Gabe. He didn't return her smile, though. Instead, he squinted as he took in her red-rimmed eyes and puffy face. His scrutiny had McKayla tucking her hair behind her ear nervously. She wasn't used to people noticing her or paying close attention. Most of the time, she was a contact, someone who could get things done, a part of the overall event. Hardly anyone really looked at her, and Gabe's intent gaze made her feel exposed and somewhat shy. Her reaction was strange, because she considered herself an unconquerable extrovert. Her outgoing nature was part of what made her so good at her job. She didn't have the energy to argue over whether she was healthy enough to stay, so she sidestepped the whole conversation and said, "I'm excited to meet with David to plan the shareholders' luncheon today. I have some ideas that should make it tasteful and yet memorable." Gabe nodded. "David's planning to meet you in your office. I'll take you up." He motioned for her to go first. McKayla was grateful he didn't try to coddle her. She needed to make a good impression on her coworkers, to earn their trust, and she wasn't going to do that by hiding behind Gabe. It was important that they see her as capable without the boss's presence. That was one reason she was glad this meeting with David did not include Gabe. The other reason she couldn't quite put her finger on. It was like a sudden set of nerves hit her at strange times when Gabe was around, causing her to forget her training and do embarrassing things, like stumble into his arms. Besides, without him hovering over her shoulder, she'd feel more at ease. Gabe pressed the elevator button. How was the hotel? Just fine. McKayla adjusted her purse. Should she ask him about his drive home last night, or would that be snarky? She'd heard his tires when he pulled away. Either he was normally a maniac driver, or he'd been upset. He hadn't said anything about their time together last night, and she wasn't about to be the first to bring it up. Gabe looked around the small elevator as though he were looking for a topic of conversation. McKayla fought a smile. It was nice to see him flustered, made him seem human. It also made her wonder if she'd pegged him wrong. He wasn't drilling her on stats, facts, or budgets, wasn't checking to make sure she had every detail down, and wasn't pestering her like she'd expected. When the doors opened and Gabe reached for her elbow, McKayla was the one flustered. She looked down at his hand and then up to meet his gaze, where time froze. For just a moment, Gabe wasn't her boss. He was just a man. A man with concern on his face. Was that concern for her? McKayla placed her hand over Gabe's, feeling his warm skin against hers. His startling blue eyes searched her face, glancing off her lips and causing McKayla's heart to sprint. Sharon coughed as she crossed the open space. McKayla snatched her hand back. This was Gabe. Her boss. He was not a man, not available, and not interested. Gabe cleared his throat before pointing to different hallways. That hallway leads to human resources. That one goes to research and development. That one is accounting. And this one is where we go. He kept his hand on her arm, and McKayla found it much easier to move with his support. It wouldn't do to spend too much time contemplating what had just happened between them. They would be in close contact for the next year, and moments like that were bound to come up every now and again. It was just one of those things. Wasn't it? At the end of the hall were two offices. Gabe gestured to the left. This is my office. He indicated the one on the right. This is yours. He checked his phone. Why don't you look around for a minute, and I'll be right back. Turning in a circle, McKayla took in the expensive mahogany desk, the wood paneling, the bank of windows, and the leather couch and two chairs situated around an oblong coffee table made from the same wood as the desk. There was a built-in set of shelves behind the desk, and the carpet was a cream-colored Berber. For a man who freaked out about buying a few measly prizes for a race, he sure did like to spend money on interior decorating. She couldn't smell anything because of her cold, but she imagined the room smelled like furniture polish because the wood glowed. There were a few lamps here and there for softer lighting if she desired it, and plants made just the right touch of green that balanced the room and added a lighter texture to the heavy combination of leather and wood. Walking around the desk, she sat gingerly in the chair and opened the laptop. Welcome McKayla Russell was printed across the home screen. She smiled. It was like walking into her fairy tale office. She couldn't believe Gabe had ever signed off on this extravagance. Do you like it? Asked Gabe as he came in with a styrofoam cup in one hand and an assortment of tea bags in the other. McKayla chuckled. Do you own stock in a tea company, too? She hadn't meant it to come out condescending. After his rant about the rate of returns on pharmaceutical stocks, she couldn't help herself. Gabe set the cup down. I have an ancestor who was part of the Boston Tea Party. I think it would be bad luck for me to try my hand in the tea market, and I can honestly say I haven't spent a dime in that direction. However, for someone fighting a cold, an herbal tea can be just what they need. Opening the box, Gabe continued, I did a quick search and found that ginger or mint are usually best for head colds. But if you have a sore throat along with it, then we should probably add some honey. He pulled a miniature honey bear from his back pocket with his left hand. MaKayla cleared her throat. Gabe was doing it again, micromanaging her health. However, the herbal tea was a good idea. Her mom used to make it when she and Brooke were kids. Even if it bugged her that Gabe hovered, his solution was spot on. No sore throat, so I'll skip the honey, but thanks. You think of everything. MaKayla selected the bag labeled mint while Gabe took the lid off the cup, releasing a puff of steam. I stopped on the way home last night. I felt bad leaving you alone when you obviously didn't feel well. MaKayla played with the tea bag, lifting it and letting it drop back down in the water. She kept her eyes on the cup in case he looked too closely at her again. Thank you, I honestly didn't expect. MaKayla stopped before she said I didn't expect you to be nice. That would have been insulting. Where was that part of her brain that told her the appropriate things to say? It was like it took a vacation when she got sick. Get back here, she told it. I need you if I'm going to get through the rest of this week. She scrambled, thanks. You're welcome. I set up a meeting with my accountant for 3. He'll walk you through the money. We need to talk about the Thanksgiving run and the Boys and Girls Center. I'm not interrupting, am I? Asked David as he tapped lightly on the open door. I was just keeping her company until you got here. MaKayla took that as a sign that their time was up. They'd have to talk about the center later. Gabe put the lid back on her cup and turned to David. Make sure she drinks that, will you? She tends to forget to eat or drink when she's in a meeting. MaKayla snapped her mouth shut just as quickly as her jaw had dropped. How did he know that? She was constantly pushing food aside so she could focus just like Brooke did when she studied. Will do. MaKayla took out her iPad and set it on the desk, while David settled into the seat across from her. In her foggy state last night, she'd forgotten to charge it, and the battery was low. Rather than run it completely dry, she'd heard that could damage the battery. She opened the top drawer, looking for a pen and paper, and found a charger that would hook the iPad to her laptop. Nice, she said as she plugged it in. She glanced through her open door to where she could see Gabe in his office talking on his cell and shook her head. Does he think of everything? David smiled like one of those teen rappers who is overconfident in their looks and abilities. It was a natural extension of his playboy attitude that she'd caught on to yesterday. I don't know about everything, that would be your department. His tone implied that he wasn't talking about things that happen in the office. She leaned back in her chair and folded her arms. There was no way she was going to go down that road or encourage gossip about what was or was not happening in her marriage within the company. He laughed at her reaction. Come on, I'm only joking. You guys are newlyweds, after all. MaKayla decided to let it slide. She'd made her point, and if David wasn't really digging for information, then she could handle his teasing. It was probably part of his personality and one of the ways he got in people's good graces. It wasn't his fault that her marriage was unconventional. Pressing her lips, she wondered why she thought the state of her marriage was someone's fault. Fault implied blame. Blame implied something was wrong. And there was nothing wrong with her marriage. It was coming together exactly as described in the contract. There was no need to think that it should be any different. Here, you'd better drink some of this or I am going to get in trouble. David moved the tea closer to her hand. I'll drink if you tell me about last year's luncheon. Then we'll discuss what to do to make this year's better. Between sips, MaKayla took notes and jotted ideas down as David talked. Does it really have to be so formal? She asked after a while. It's in the middle of the afternoon. We thought the sit-down meal would show the shareholders we value their contribution to the company. I can see that, and I like the idea of keeping it earlier in the day. It negates the need to serve alcohol. David eyed her wearily. Are you opposed to alcohol? Not at a dinner or a social gathering, but at a business meeting, people don't need the distraction. I don't follow. McKayla drank one final sip of the tea and grinned. I was over a company Christmas party 2 years ago where the owner's son got plastered, grabbed the mic from his dad, and announced to the whole company, and their significant others, that his mom spent their Christmas bonuses on breast augmentation and a tummy tuck. David tipped his head back and laughed. That did not happen. McKayla held up her right hand. I swear I'm telling you the truth. Okay, if we aren't serving drinks to loosen things up, then what are we going to do? What colors did they use for the invitations and such? David dug through his stack of files and handed her one that contained the invitation as well as other correspondences regarding the restaurant, place settings, and centerpieces. I think we can work with this. The restaurant is nice, but not over the top. Let's change up the food a little, make it more accessible for picky palates. Clicking his pen, David started writing. McKayla continued, we'll also want to change the overall tone of the invitation. This is basic. We could add some phrases in here that will sound more welcoming and less like it's an honor for them to be included. And let's look at actual invitations instead of basic copy paper. How many are on the list? Just under 100, but not that many will come. That's fine. Invitations for that number won't cost much. McKayla tapped her fingers on the desk. I'm not sure I like that look, it's too intense. What are you thinking? Asked David. We'll print them in the company blue, and let's make sure the logo is on the invitation, but not in a demanding way. Something understated. The restaurant should have linens to match, but I'll make a call and verify. I can do that. I don't mind. David tossed his pen on the desk and joked, will you let me do my job? It's not your job to make calls for me. Yeah, it is. McKayla rolled her eyes. I'm not kidding. I was part of the marriage contract. McKayla started and bumped into her cup, almost knocking it over. She grabbed it by the lid at the last second. Did David know they had a contract? As she steadied her hands, she decided she and Gabe needed a closed-door meeting to go over their strategy for handling situations and comments like this. Just think of me as your step-assistant-in-law, said David as he gave her another one of his self-satisfied grins. McKayla's desk phone beeped and a woman's voice echoed over the intercom. Mrs. Russell? McKayla took just a little too long to realize the voice was talking to her. Yes. David stood up and buttoned his suit. He indicated that he was going to leave, and she waved him off. Your 3 o'clock is here. 3 o'clock, accounting overview. Time to learn the books. Thanks to the mint tea, her head was much clearer than when she walked through the doors. Okay, Gabe, I'll give you that one. She still felt achy, but it wasn't enough to send her home. Besides, she was determined to see this day through. After today, she had another half-day at both jobs, and then the weekend was hers. Well, not really. She was moving into Gabe's house on Saturday. Glancing across the hallway, she caught a glimpse of Gabe resting his chin in his hand as he scrolled through something on his computer. He'd taken off his suit jacket and hung it over the back of his chair. His tie was crooked, and he had papers all over his desk. Not exactly the OCD behavior she'd expected. Before David shut the door to Gabe's office behind him, Gabe looked her way and their eyes briefly met. She ducked her head, embarrassed to be caught staring, and turned her attention back to her job. Send them in, she told the receptionist. Putting the files for the luncheon in her bottom drawer, one of 2 drawers big enough to hang files, McKayla noticed that there were several colors of hanging folders and regular file folders already in place. Color coding was one of her secrets to keeping events organized, and she smiled again, thinking that, without even knowing her, Gabe had anticipated her needs. Either that or he had an assistant make sure she was stocked up. More likely it was the assistant, although, as she set her empty cup in the garbage, she wondered. Chapter 11. Gabe hadn't had time to smile at McKayla before the door blocked his view. She looked tired. Beautiful, but tired. David sat across from him, kicking his feet out like they were watching the game on his big screen instead of knee-deep in work. Gabe checked McKayla's schedule. The meeting with his accountant would go for at least an hour. He wanted to pop in at the end to see if she had any questions. After that, she was off to the hotel for another awards ceremony. He rubbed his neck. If she didn't get some rest, she'd never get better. Did she drink the tea? Hello to you too, sweetie. Gabe glared at David over the top of his computer screen. Yes, she drank the tea. Did it help? I don't know. Do you want me to go ask her? Gabe paused to consider it, and David jumped into his thoughts with, I could pass her a note in English. Shut up. You guys are the weirdest married couple I've ever seen. It's like you don't even sleep together. Gabe smacked his spacebar repeatedly. Keeping all thoughts of sleeping with McKayla out of his head was a top priority, but they needed to pull off the impression of a real marriage, so he asked, Why do you say that? David leaned back in his chair. She asks me about you, you ask me about her. Don't you guys have pillow talk? There was no good way to answer that. If Gabe said yes, it would imply that he and McKayla were sleeping together, which they weren't. He didn't want her to get wind of the rumor and think he was being crass. If he said no, then the marriage would look false, which it wasn't. The marriage was real, he had the documentation to prove it. The whole thing was legally bound and wrapped in an elaborate prenuptial vow. Instead of answering that question, he asked one of his own. How's the luncheon coming? Good. She wants to make it less formal, thinks it will bring in more of the shareholders that way. We decided on formal to show how much we valued them. Don't worry, the changes are subtle. That's good. You guys get along okay? Yeah, she's great. David looked out the window. Where did you two meet? Why? I just wondered if there were more where she came from. You're such a... Hey, I'm not after your woman. David tugged at his ear. It's just been a while since I met someone I could really connect with, you know? David could easily break the ice with almost any woman with a few teasing jokes, but the depth of his relationship stopped there. When he wanted to get serious, they ran or broke down and told him they were still in love with their ex-boyfriends. David really was a good guy, and Gabe's instinct to punch him just a moment ago, when he thought David was interested in McKayla, was off the mark. He shook out his hands to relieve the tension. Instead of getting all touchy-feely and analyzing David's love life, Gabe said, We were set up, blind date. Oh, well then, I guess that's that. She's got a sister. Gabe mentally kicked himself. He'd never even met McKayla's sister and only knew about her from the profile Pamela sent him after he signed the prenup. She could be married, living with someone, or a single mom with 6 kids. Sometimes, in his efforts to help people, he could really shove his foot in his mouth. It was a gift he wished he could return. Really? Gabe thought fast. Yeah, I'll talk to McKayla and see if she'd be up for drinks or something. We'll keep it low-key. That would be great. Problem solved. He'd talk to McKayla and find out about her sister. They could come up with some excuse not to set them up together. Checking the time, he decided now was as good of time as any to check in on McKayla's meeting. Then he would make sure she ate dinner, even if it was just chicken soup, before she started at the hotel. Her office door was shut, a fact he was thankful for as it showed that she understood the sensitive nature of the things she was learning. Gabe shook his head as he tapped on the door. He'd only met McKayla the day before, and she already had access to his bank accounts. Well, some of his bank accounts. Pamela had been right, marriage was the answer. There was no way he could have trusted MaKayla so completely if she hadn't made the commitment of marriage. MaKayla called, "Come in," and Gabe entered to find her and the accountant sitting side by side on the couch with his financial sheets laid out on the coffee table. Rob stood up to shake his hand, and MaKayla smiled up at Gabe. "Here, let me move to the chair so you two can sit together." It took Rob a minute to move. He wasn't exactly a spring chicken, and Gabe could hear his knees creak as he stood up. Rob shuffled a few things around and Gabe sat in his vacated seat. He took a moment to look over MaKayla. Her hair was still perfect, hanging long and loose and framing her face. Her eyes were bloodshot and a little puffy, but her color had improved. "You look like you're feeling a little better. Thanks to you and the mint tea." She had the iPad he bought her resting in her lap. He didn't think he'd seen her without it since he gave it to her, and it made him feel valued that she relied on his gift. He tapped the edge of the iPad with one finger, and when she looked at him, he smiled. She gave him one of her rare, real smiles, and he found a hint of a dimple on her cheek. He wanted to brush it with his thumb, but cleared his throat and turned his attention to Rob instead. Rob sat on the edge of his chair and leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "We just finished the overview of your accounts, the regular donation schedule, and I've forecasted the unrequited amounts reserved for additional donations to outside charities." Shuffling the papers before her, MaKayla said, "I'm not exactly sure what it is you want me to do, because it's set up to run on autopilot." Motioning for Gabe to answer, Rob sat back and rested his ankle on his other knee. Gabe turned his shoulders so he could easily look at MaKayla while he talked. He wanted to judge her reaction to his outline, see if she approved and agreed with it. Natasha argued over several points, including how small her expense budget was compared to the money he gave away. She didn't phrase it like that exactly, she just kept asking for more, and when he'd asked where the money should come from, she cited the unrequited monies. In hindsight, it should have been a huge red flag that they had different values, but in all honesty, he didn't recognize it until after they'd broken up. "I need you to monitor the activities and make sure the checks are sent to the right people for the right amounts each month," he said. "Rob will bring them to you, and you will check them against the master list and then sign them." She smiled at Rob. "I guess we'll be seeing a lot of each other." Rob, who was as old as time and just as wrinkled, answered back, "I assure you, my dear, I'm the lucky one." She laughed and patted his knee. "Flattery will get you everywhere." Rob looked especially pleased with himself, and Gabe watched the exchange in awe. He'd worked with Rob for over 10 years, and not once had the man's weathered features cracked more than a small smile at one of his jokes. Yet MaKayla had known him less than an hour and they were already building a friendship. They turned their attention back to him, and he blinked a couple of times before he could remember where he was in the orientation. "Signing checks may not take up much time, but the variable account will be your baby. The regular charities count on my donation, but this money is for those that I find, or that come to me with certain requests, that I can help every now and again." "Rob, do you have a list of previous recipients?" Rob slid a light green paper out from a folder and laid it on the table in front of them. "It's right here." "These are the charities you've given to in the past?" asked MaKayla. "Yes. I don't mind giving to them again, as I'm sure they can use the money. But if you could keep an eye out for those groups that are just starting out, I like to give them a boost in their first few months, try and make it easier on them to get going. And I want to review the donations with you before they're sent out." "We can go over that in our Monday meetings," said MaKayla. "What Monday meetings?" MaKayla's eyes widened. She glanced quickly at Rob, then applied her beauty queen smile and said, "Our standing dinner date." Gabe closed his eyes. How could he forget? They were supposed to go out to dinner once a week. It was called date night in their prenup, but it was really a chance for them to let their guard down and discuss and evaluate their situation outside of the office and away from home. It was supposed to be a time when they could let their hair down, so to speak. They could use the evening however they wanted. Stay in and order pizza or go out to a 5-star restaurant. But Pamela had insisted they date once a week. Of course, he said. That would be the perfect time to go over your ideas. McKayla retained the smile that didn't hint at a dimple. Rob laid another list on top of the first one and said, "Don't forget the computers." Glancing down at the sheet, Gabe was grateful for Rob's help in defusing an awkward moment. Oh, right. We update our tech at least once a year, sometimes more depending on what comes out, and I try to make sure our old stuff, which isn't really all that old, gets sent to a public school in the area. We can write off the tech just like we do a cash donation, so you need to keep records. The school will usually give you a receipt of some sort, but you'll need to provide them with the tech's value. Cheryl in IT can help with that. McKayla nodded as she typed the information into her iPad. Anything else? Gabe's stomach clenched. This was the important one. As you know, the Thanksgiving Run helps support a group that focuses on helping children who have been the victims of abuse. They also help adults who suffered abuse as kids. The Boys and Girls Center for Healing, said McKayla. Brooke and I do the run every year. It's one of our favorites. Gabe nodded. It's my #1 priority in all of this. He waved his hands over the stacks of paper. I started it several years ago, and it's grown substantially, but not enough. This year's run is pivotal to expansion. We need every dime we can get. Got it. I'll see what I can do to bring in more runners. Maybe we can get a couple corporate sponsors to match donations. A couple? We could use dozens. I don't think you understand the importance of what this group does for abused children. McKayla sat up straighter. Of course. I'll do my best. Gabe decided to back off a little. McKayla's business aura was an indication that she was on top of things. He relaxed a little knowing that he was learning to read her a bit. He lightened his tone. I've got several leads in that area. I'll email you the contacts. If you need me to show up and shake hands, beg, or plead, let me know. She nodded once. That brings us to the final issue. Gabe sighed, not really wanting to talk about her expense fund, but it had to be done. There's also a petty cash account here to cover lunch meetings and other expenses that may pop up. Rob jumped in. We have to keep the charity expenses separate from your business expenses. McKayla typed away. Makes sense. I'll be careful. Turn your receipts into Rob, indicate where the money should come from and how much, and he'll make sure you're reimbursed. Right. She finished typing and looked up. She didn't ask how much she had to spend, nor did she seem overly concerned. Gabe didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. It was difficult, but he mentally handed the reins over. Although his muscles were tensed and ready to snatch them back if needed. Rob gathered a few things and patted his front pocket, looking for his glasses. McKayla giggled and pointed at her head, indicating that his glasses were perched on his bald spot. How'd they get up there? Rob asked as he pulled them down and settled them in place. Gabe and McKayla stood to walk Rob to the door. Thank you for coming, said McKayla as she held out her hand. Rob's eyes twinkled as he took it, bent at the waist, and kissed her knuckles. The pleasure was all mine. He winked at Gabe and then shut the door behind him as he left. McKayla looked like she was in shock. Well, he's a bit of an eccentric, isn't he? Gabe ran his hands through his hair. Honestly, I would have never pictured him kissing your hand like that. He eyed McKayla wearily. Had she flirted with Rob? Did she have a thing for older men? He cringed and hoped not. Then how did you expect him to kiss it? What? Well, if you didn't expect him to kiss my hand like that, how did you expect him to kiss it? Though she spoke in a normal tone, he could see the laughter in her eyes. She was laughing at him. Not out loud like she did at Rob, but teasing him nonetheless, and he immediately liked the feelings that blossomed in his chest. Acting on them instead of thinking things through, he picked up her hand and said, like this. Holding her gaze, he pressed his lips to her fingers, then closed his eyes and inhaled the scent of her perfume before lowering their hands. He didn't let go, not yet. There was a fire smoldering just under his skin, and he had the strangest feeling that if he held on long enough, it would consume them. Not many men can pull off that grand of a gesture. Not many women deserve it. McKayla's lips parted ever so slightly, and as Gabe was about to trace his thumb over her almost dimple, there was a knock at the door. Shaking his head, Gabe couldn't break the spell that kept him from answering the knock. McKayla pulled her hand back and smoothed down her jacket. "Come in," she called. David's face brightened when he saw Gabe. "Good, you're here too. I got the info from the restaurant that you asked for McKayla. Gabe wanted to know what you were doing to his luncheon. I think he's worried you're planning a hoedown." Placing one hand on her hip, McKayla gave him an exasperated look. "Tell me that's not true." Still reeling from their physical separation, Gabe defended himself as articulately as possible under the circumstances. "It's not true." She looked at David and hooked her thumb at Gabe. "Is that true?" Gabe placed a hand on David's shoulder and gave him a friendly squeeze. "Think carefully before you answer. If you get me in trouble with my wife, you'll pay for it." His wife? First he's kissing her hand and almost kissing more, and now he's calling her his wife as if she belonged to him. McKayla had been in the office for half a day and the place was topsy-turvy. David was looking for a girlfriend, Rob was blushing and bowing, and he was acting the part of a jealous husband. It shouldn't be possible that one woman could cause this much havoc in such a short time. David threw one arm around Gabe's shoulders and said, "This guy is cherry tree honest. It's just one of the traits that I admire about him. In fact, he's my hero. My Superman, if you will." McKayla pressed her lips together in an attempt to hide her smile. David continued. "He rescues kittens from trees, walks old ladies across the street, and changes clothes as fast as a speeding bullet, but I'm sure you know all about that one." "All right, that's enough." Gabe shoved David toward the door. "I have to get McKayla over to the hotel before 5:30. McKayla let out a groan. "I'm going to be late." She gathered files from her desk and shoved them in her bag. David hurried out to call the elevator. "We can go over things in the car on the way there," offered Gabe. There was more to tell about the Boys and Girls Center, but it wasn't something he could blurt out in a meeting. She flipped her cover shut on her iPad. "Are you riding over with me? I was planning on driving you. Are you sure you don't mind?" She went first through the door and then waited while Gabe crossed to his office, shut down his computer, grabbed his keys out of the top drawer, and locked the door behind him. He felt that gentle push away again. Only this time, Gabe knew it wasn't so much that she didn't want him around, it was a matter of self-reliance. McKayla wasn't used to depending on people. She was the ultimate go-to gal. "I don't mind. I've been planning on it. I wanted to make sure you got dinner tonight." Placing her hand on her stomach, McKayla made a face. "I'm not sure I could eat if I tried. Here." Gabe held out a small bottle of regular-strength painkillers. "Time for another dose." "There'll be water in the car," he said as they met up with David and the elevator doors slid open. "You think of everything," said David, and he winked at McKayla. McKayla smirked at him and pressed the button for the parking garage. "Have a good night you too." David wiggled his eyebrows as the doors shut. McKayla chuckled. "I don't know how you've put up with him." Gabe shrugged. "He's pretty good as far as assistants go." The elevator opened and Gabe let McKayla out first. She waited for him to catch up a step and said, "I almost forgot, is he supposed to work for me and you?" He joked about being part of the package, but I wasn't sure if I should believe him or if he was being overly helpful. Opening her door, Gabe sighed. I'm not sure I want to be a part of a package that includes David, but he's right, he should be working for both of us, so don't be afraid to use him. McKayla moved to the open door and stopped to place her hand on his chest. She opened her mouth as if she was going to say something. Gabe's heart pounded so loudly, he thought the sound echoed off the building. McKayla blinked, pulled her hand away, and then quickly climbed into the vehicle. Gabe shut her door, and as he walked around to his side of the car, he debated pressing her to tell him what she was going to say, but decided against it. They were already too familiar for the short amount of time they'd spent together, and it was probably better if he didn't force confidences. She had already taken the medication and was sorting through the files in her bag when he put on his seatbelt. Pulling out a pen, she made notes as he maneuvered into traffic. They were a few blocks from the office when McKayla clicked her pen a couple of times, contemplating him. "We need to talk," she said. Gabe chuckled. "There are not 4 words strung together in the English language that can stop a man's heart faster than we need to talk." McKayla relaxed against the seat. "Has our marriage already come to that point?" He tisked his tongue. "We didn't even make it 2 full days." "Stop it, I'm serious." McKayla gave him a playful smile. Apparently, the way to break through her hard candy shell was teasing. No wonder she'd warmed up to David so quickly. All Gabe had done was throw budgets and meetings at her. He wondered if she'd find it strange if he laced his fingers through hers and just held on. Probably. He'd better keep his hands at 2 and 10 on the wheel. "I need to know what to tell people when they ask about us." "What's our story?" Safe topic. "I told David we were set up on a blind date." "Which is true, I just didn't mention that the date included the justice of the peace." "Nice. Thanks. How long have we known each other?" Gabe pulled the car over. "Hold that thought. I'm going to run into this deli and get you some soup and another cup of tea. You stay here and rest." He hurried inside. While he waited for them to ladle the soup and make the tea, he checked the calendar on his phone. He and Natasha had broken up at the end of February, add a month of self-pity, and he could have been up for a blind date in mid-April. When he paid for the soup and climbed back in the car, he said, 6 months. McKayla looked up from her iPad. "What? We've known each other 6 months. Oh, okay. And why the sudden secret marriage?" She took the lid off the soup and blew on the steaming contents. Gabe buckled his seatbelt. "I'm going to need some help with that one." McKayla looked up as she thought. "I'm the daughter of a crime boss. If my father finds out, he'll put a hit on you." She pressed her lips to hide her smile, and that dimple appeared again. Gabe fell right into her game as if he were falling into a pile of feathers. "That's not how I remember it. As I recall, your father begged me to take you off his hands." McKayla narrowed her eyes, accepting the challenge. "I think it was you who did the begging. And bribing. I distinctly remember there were bribes involved." Gabe chuckled as they pulled into the valet parking and waited for the car ahead of them to move out. Dropping his right arm from the steering wheel and turned toward McKayla, suddenly very serious. "If I did, it is only because you bewitched me. You have cast a spell over the office, and every man there is enchanted by you." He reached out and brushed his thumb across her cheek, finally. "No one person has asked why I married you or why I kept you to myself for so long." "No one?" squeaked McKayla. There was a heavily charged silence between them as they stared into each another's eyes. Gabe brushed her cheek once again, and McKayla's eyes fluttered shut. "I can take it from here, sir," said the valet as he pulled the door open. McKayla's eyes popped open and she scrambled to collect her belongings. She drank the soup on the way in and threw the container in a tall, golden garbage can. She downed as much of the tea as she could before they reached the ballroom. Handing him the half-empty teacup, she told him thanks, and he caught a glimpse of that barely there dimple that he was growing awfully fond of awfully fast. He hated to let her go, wishing he could sweep her right out of the hotel and back to his place, where they could curl up under a fluffy blanket, watch a movie, and sip more herbal tea. He doubted she'd let him. MaKayla's work ethic was admirable, and he didn't want to try to change that. Instead, he'd hang out at the hotel bar again and make sure she got home. "What's up?" Brian asked as he reached to shake Gabe's hand over the mahogany. "I'm hoping the Lakers are up by 10. Why don't we find out?" Brian smiled as he turned on the television, and they made small talk for a couple hours. When he had a few minutes to himself, Gabe took a good, hard look at where things were going with MaKayla. He enjoyed her company. In fact, he enjoyed it too much. With each touch, laugh, and teasing comment, he felt his heart opening to the possibility of a relationship with her. He couldn't let that happen. He'd married her so that his charities would have the attention and care they deserved. The company wasn't at a point where he felt like he could step down just yet. He was working toward that and figured it would take at least this year and then maybe a few months after that. Pamela had assured him they could extend the contract at any time or draw up a new one if MaKayla was willing. He hoped she'd want to stay on. The way she'd landed on her feet these last couple of days, despite her head cold, was admirable. She was the perfect person for this job, and he wasn't about to throw a fling into the mix. If it didn't work out between the two of them, then he'd be right back where he started. Nope, he needed to tamp down any thoughts about MaKayla that didn't include work. A couple hours later, Gabe was disheartened to see MaKayla drag herself onto the stool next to him and lay her head on the bar. She was beat. This week couldn't get over fast enough. He quickly paid for the soda he'd nursed, leaving another generous tip for Brian, who was working toward a master's degree in business. Before he left, he handed Brian his card. "Give me a call when you graduate." "I will, thanks, man." MaKayla could barely hold herself up. Gabe slipped his arm around her. Only for support, not because he liked having her close. And she leaned into him. She fit perfectly into the space next to his body, and he had to remind himself that being attracted to MaKayla and acting on that attraction were two different things. The fact that she accepted his help was a testament to how horrible she felt. "Rough night?" he asked. "Uh-huh." There was a fire. Gabe raised his eyebrows. Like this guy jumped on a table and made a scene fire, or a fire? Fire. What happened? A server was in a rush and knocked over one of the serving stands, the things on wheels. There was a candle under the serving dish and it sparked a grease fire as the sauce splashed all over. "What did you do?" The cook put out the flames with baking soda. "I rearranged the serving order, redefined portion sizes to make up for the lost food, and helped clean up the mess." "And you used your last bit of strength." Yawning, MaKayla nodded. Gabe helped her into the car and climbed in. Resisting the urge to take her hand, he kept both hands glued to the wheel. He'd promised himself that he was going to keep those boundaries, and he would do it if it killed him. Which it just might. By the time he pulled up to MaKayla's, his fingers ached from gripping the wheel. Once again, he relegated himself to waiting at the curb to make sure she got safely inside. Just one more night, he told himself, one more night and he'd be able to take her home and take care of her. Oh, he wouldn't go into her room, he would refrain from going there, but he could at least make sure she was settled in the house. That was the polite thing to do. After all, she would be his guest, and as a good host he would ensure her comfort. That's all he was planning to do, be a good host. Yep, he'd be the best host there ever was. Chapter 12. For MaKayla, Friday went much the same as Thursday, except she started her day at Gabe's office and spent her afternoon at the hotel. Once again, Gabe met her in the lobby, made her tea, handed her pain pills, and walked her to her office. As she was straightening up her files so she could head to the hotel, Gabe came in and dropped a white lunch sack on her desk. "You can eat it in the car on the way over. Smells good." The worry lines on Gabe's forehead evaporated. "If you can smell it, then you must be getting better." Those lines had been there the whole week, and she'd thought they were a permanent fixture. It hadn't occurred to her that he worried that much over her well-being. She couldn't pin this guy down. One minute he was hovering over her, and the next he was handing her his credit card and an expense account. They shared a few laughs, but didn't share anything personal. The whole situation had her second-guessing herself. Part of the problem was the way her pulse spiked when Gabe entered the room. She didn't know if she should hold his hand or hand him receipts. Another puzzler was Gabe's almost fanatical and fastidious devotion to charity work. Rob had explained that Gabe leveraged as much of the company profits as possible into charities to offset taxes. It was a huge win-win as far as MaKayla was concerned, but there was something in Gabe's demeanor that changed when he talked about the abuse center. She suspected that underneath his tie and button-up shirt was a tender heart. She hoped she could spend more time with that Gabe and less time with the boss. "I think I am improving," she agreed. "It was probably just a 24-hour bug that held on because I've been so busy." They walked out to the elevator together and Gabe pressed the button. "I have a dinner meeting tonight, so your driver will get you home." MaKayla suppressed her disappointment. Gabe had given her much more of his time than she deserved lately. He probably had to catch up on a lot. "That's fine." The elevator opened and they both climbed inside. "What time do you think you'll be over tomorrow?" he asked. "The movers are coming at 7. It shouldn't take long. I rented a furnished place, so most of the furniture stays. Maybe 10? She thought about all the things she was going to need to take with her to Gabe's and mentally started filling and labeling boxes. It was going to be a hectic morning. "Everything's ready. Hopefully you'll be settled before noon." "I should be. Most of my things are going to storage. My sister, Brooke, said she'd help, and Trish will be there to direct the movers to the storage unit B&B set up." She put a tentative hand on his arm. "You don't mind if Brooke comes, do you? She knows about us. I mean, the prenup." Gabe's eyebrows went up. "She's a lawyer. Well, almost a lawyer. And I wanted her to review it for me." She pulled her hand away, hoping she hadn't overstepped her bounds by inviting people to his house. Gabe let out the breath he'd been holding. She should come. It would be nice to meet her. He scratched the back of his head. "I have a confession. When David was asking questions yesterday, I told him you had a sister. I didn't mean to offer to set them up. I don't even know if she's single. But it kind of came out that way." MaKayla tipped her head as she thought about Brooke and David. They are really different personalities, but they might complement one another. Who knows when things will work out between two people? "Look at us, we have a great rapport and we've only been married for 3 days." "Well, we're still in the honeymoon phase." MaKayla laughed. This was the Gabe she liked best. "Do you turn into a bear after 3 months?" The elevator opened and Gabe walked her to the waiting car. "A bear? No. An ogre, maybe." "Don't worry about that, I've worked with plenty of ogres." She put her hand on his shoulder before she knew what she was doing. She looked at her hand and wondered why she kept doing that. She wasn't normally a touchy-feely person, but touching Gabe grounded her in a way that made it both easier and harder to think. It was easier to block out the rest of the world and focus on him, and harder to remember the reasons she wanted to keep her distance. She pulled her hand away. "Why don't you tell him to bring over pizza at noon, and I'll tell her not to say anything about the prenup. It will be laid back, and if they hit it off, he can ask her out, if not, there's no pressure." Gabe lightly touched her lower back. "Sounds perfect." Ducking into the car, she settled her bag on the seat next to her and smiled as the driver pulled away from the curb. She just had to make it through tonight and then she'd be done with the hotel and able to focus on Gabe. Well, not on Gabe, per se, but on her marriage. Not the marriage, but on why she married Gabe, which was to do a job for him and then open her company. Yes, it was all about the job. Opening the lunch bag, she found a cup of chicken noodle soup, 2 packages of crackers, and half a turkey sandwich with avocado. This job does have its perks. Moving into Gabe's house was another one of those perks. She was looking forward to not paying rent, not fighting with the landlord about the dripping faucet, and not hearing the neighbors yelling at odd hours of the night. But moving in with Gabe did have one big drawback, and that drawback was Gabe. When they started teasing, she kept finding her hands on his arm or his shoulder. It wasn't like he was discouraging her. Kissing her hand yesterday had nearly sent her to the cardiac center. Thankfully, the heart center was on Gabe's list of regular charities, and they probably would have taken good care of her. Then, last night in the car, when he'd brushed her cheek with his thumb, she thought someone had sucked the air out of the vehicle. If the valet hadn't opened the door, she would have passed out from lack of oxygen. If she wanted those moments to stop happening, then she needed to set the example. The trouble was that she wasn't sure she wanted them to stop. Gabe brought a sense of excitement to her days that she hadn't had before. Ever. When she'd woken up, this morning had been a thrill, because she knew she'd see him. Her reaction to his touch was probably a consequence of the daydreaming she'd done before the wedding. Picturing him as this rogue business type who rode in on a Harley had been a lot of fun. MaKayla enjoyed looking at the bad boys, but she was totally thrown off by Gabe's tenderness. It was unexpected, and judging by the way she soaked up the attention, totally charming. The last 2 days of flirting, if she could call it that, was an indulgence she'd have to forego now that they'd be living together. She nodded once to herself, as if agreeing that it was the best solution, while a rebellious part of her snickered in the background, eagerly anticipating her next opportunity to be close to Gabe. Chapter 13. MaKayla stuffed her dirty clothes into a pillowcase and threw it to Brooke, who walked it out to her car. Trish's voice echoed down the tiled hallway. "Those 2 boxes are fragile, so please make sure they're labeled correctly." Grabbing a flat box from the entryway, MaKayla folded it on her way back to the bedroom. This box was for her stuffed bear and the other items from her childhood that she'd rescued before her parents sold their house. In her closet was a shelf full of finger paintings, English papers, and report cards that spanned across kindergarten through 12th grade. That could go to storage, but Stuffy Bear, defender against all things nightmare, was going with her to Gabe's house. Brooke passed through and set to work emptying the medicine cabinet. Within a few minutes, Trish called, "Kitchen's done." "So is the bathroom," said Brooke. Trish poked her head in the bedroom. "What's left in here?" MaKayla used the huge tape dispenser to close Stuffy's box. "This is the last box for Gabe's, and I think we're ready to go." Trish reached out to take the box from MaKayla. "I'll take that and send the truck off." "Thanks." Brooke stood by the door with an armful of dirty sheets as MaKayla sat on the bare mattress that stayed with the apartment. "Are you going to miss this place?" Brooke asked. She had a strange look on her face, like she was the one moving and her life was flipped. This was a change for both of them. No more morning runs. No more late-night ice cream binges. MaKayla looked around at the empty walls, shelves, and open closet. She'd been so proud to move in, to be able to afford rent without a roommate. Quite grown up. But she soon found out that working long hours meant that all she needed was a place to lay her head, and she missed having built-in friends around. Well, that was about to change. Good things were on the horizon. She had a new job full of perks. The work was stimulating and the office environment was positive. Plus, she didn't have to stare at that ugly Berber carpet every day. She was moving out of her condo and into an actual house. She might not own the house, but by the end of her year she'd have a nice down payment saved and be able to afford something in a good neighborhood. And, best of all, she was meeting new people. Good people. People she could see herself hanging out with even after the marriage was over. People she was about to introduce Brooke to as well. This was a good thing, for both of them. Nope. She smiled as she jumped up and walked out of the condo without looking back. They settled into the car and MaKayla pulled up directions to Gabe's house on her iPad. Brooke's mood remained low, and MaKayla started to worry. "How's school?" she asked. "It's fine. Any interesting classes?" "Yeah. I spend a lot of time studying." Brooke sighed. MaKayla tried again. "Have you met anyone lately?" Brooke shrugged. "At this point, I know everyone in the program, by reputation if not by name." She paused. "We need to run more." And there it was. When MaKayla had been in college, there were always people around. However, marketing and public relations students tended to be social. Maybe law school was different. MaKayla smiled down at her chipped nails, thinking of David. He could be good for Brooke. MaKayla hadn't mentioned anything about a setup or blind date. She just wanted to wait and see how things went between the two of them. "You need to meet someone and you need to turn left at the next light." Brooke gave her a look. "Just because you're married doesn't mean we all have to be." MaKayla shifted in her seat. "You don't have to get married. I just thought it would be nice for you to have someone you want to be with." She hoped she was planting a seed that would help to open Brooke up for when David arrived later that day, but she didn't want to be too pushy or Brooke would suspect something. "I am excited to move into Gabe's because I'll have someone around again. I didn't realize how isolated I was in that townhouse until this morning. It helps that your new roommate is also good looking." MaKayla twisted her long ponytail around her fingers. "It's not like that and you know it." She flicked her ponytail back and sat up. "Speaking of that, can you not mention the particulars about the prenup? Or even that there was a prenup? To anyone, ever? I think Gabe's assistant David is coming over later, and we don't want people from the office to find out that the marriage is for show." Brooke shrugged. "Sure." MaKayla relaxed against the seat. "Thanks." Brooke pulled up to a closed gate and turned to MaKayla. "Is this right?" MaKayla scanned the instructions on her iPad. "Yeah. The code is 0927. Your birthday? Not very original or safe. I'm sure it's just until I can pick my own code." Pulling through the gates, they rolled down an asphalt road with no sidewalks. Right off the pavement, trees rose high above their car. Every so often the two would see a mailbox perched next to an asphalt driveway. The house numbers were marked on each box with gold foil. "It's this one." MaKayla pointed to the right and Brooke made the turn. At the end of the drive was another gate, this one wrought iron with little spikes on the top. "Same code," said MaKayla as she tried to see the house beyond the fence. Instead of asphalt, Gabe's driveway was stamped concrete. It turned sharply to the left, and all she could see was a line of trees and manicured bushes. They followed the false cobble path for a moment, and then the forest opened up before them to reveal a 3-story mansion set in the middle of a huge lawn. Brooke whistled. "Yeah, I wouldn't feel too bad about leaving my condo either if this is what I was moving into." MaKayla stared in shock at her new home. The exterior was done in a marbled stone and creamy yellow stucco combination. The tiled roof was the deepest of browns, and the lighting fixtures were Venetian bronze. It appeared someone had taken an Italian villa and plunked it in the middle of the forest. She jerked as she realized the fixtures were the same color as the lighting fixture in her parents' beach home. They'd bragged about it being the latest in home design. At the time she found it hysterical, the way they cooed over their lighting. Now she wondered if Gabe was the same way. There were 3 wide circular steps, a small patio, and then 3 short steps that led to the front door. A half wall enclosed the patio and sported 2 large old-fashioned streetlights. Surrounding the stairs were planters set at different heights. They all had the same type of flowers, though they looked a little worse for wear this late in the season. "I don't see the moving truck." MaKayla bit her cheek. It had a 10-minute head start on them. Just then, Gabe opened the front door and jogged out to their car in the circular driveway. McConnell warmed at the sight of him in a nice-fitting pair of jeans and a t-shirt snug enough to show off his broad chest and muscular arms. She didn't remember ever seeing him in short sleeves before and liked the cords and sinewy muscles they revealed. McConnell rolled down her window, and Gabe rested his forearms on the door and leaned in. Smiling at McConnell, he said, "Hi." Caught off guard at having him so close, and admiring his physique, McConnell barely stilled her hand before it reached up to feel the skin on his neck. Set an example, she reminded herself. "Hi." It came out breathy, and she cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment. "I'm Gabe," he said as he reached his hand out to Brooke. McConnell could smell his aftershave and discreetly turned her head toward the open window. She'd always been a sucker for the sharp lemony smell of men's shaving products. "Brooke." They shook, and Gabe pulled his hand back, smiling easily like having his wife move in wasn't a big deal. "If you want to pull around back, it should be easier to unload. The truck is here, but they're almost done." He tipped his head toward McConnell, and she pushed her hands under her legs so she wouldn't reach up and run her fingers through the hair on the back of his neck. At least her mind was one step ahead of her hands, which seemed to have ideas of their own. "You aren't leaving much here. Are you okay with that?" "I have a storage shed we can leave your things in so they're on the property," offered Gabe. "No, it's mostly rugs and dishes. I brought the important stuff." "Okay, I'll meet you at the back door." McConnell watched Gabe jog up the stairs. "Here." Brooke handed her a bottle of water. "What's this for?" "You need a cold shower." "Crap, I need a cold shower. That man is fine." McConnell giggled. "I know, but don't encourage me. I'm being professional." "Sweetie, you're married. Can't you have a little fun?" "Nope. Not part of the contract." Brooke rolled her eyes as she drove the car around back. "I read your contract, remember?" She continued in a sing-song voice, "Marital relations are not required by either party, however, they are not forbidden as long as both partners agree to participate. Participation in physical intimacy will not void any other section or subsection of this agreement." She put the car in park. "If sparks fly, you're good to go." She looked up as Gabe opened the back door for one of the movers. "I say spark away." McConnell shoved her. "Okay, let's set some ground rules. If I don't get to ogle my husband, then neither do you." "What's your problem?" Brooke rubbed her shoulder where it had hit the door when McConnell pushed her. McConnell undid her seatbelt. "This is a temporary situation. I can't spark with him and then just walk away from it." "Oh my gosh. You like him." "I don't." "You do." "Don't." McConnell jumped out of the car hoping to have the last word, but Brooke followed. "Do." Brooke hit the button to open the trunk. McConnell leaned against the car, her energy drained. "I don't know what I feel about Gabe, but I do know he's my boss, and it is inappropriate to mess around with your boss, even if you're married to him." Brooke screwed up her face. "That doesn't make any sense." "Brooke, I have an opportunity here. A good one. I don't want to mess it up. Please, help me stay strong." Giving a salute, Brooke grabbed the dirty sheets out of the trunk. "Fine, if that's the way you want it." McConnell nodded. "That's the way I want it." "Then let's go unpack." She grinned like she had the time she planned the great cookie jar caper. "And I'll try not to ogle my brother-in-law." She stopped mid-stride. "EW. That just sounds wrong." McConnell bumped her with her hip. "And don't you forget it." They laughed, and McConnell breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't have to worry about Brooke and Gabe. Brooke was as true blue as they came, and with David arriving in just a couple of hours, there would be plenty of other things for Brooke to ogle. Chapter 14. Gabe watched MaKayla and Brooke laugh as they unloaded the trunk. Brooke was pretty, though not as pretty as MaKayla. No one was as pretty as MaKayla, even with her hair pulled back into a ponytail, she managed to look elegant. Brooke, on the other hand, had a sporty thing going for her. She had the same hair color, though she wore it shorter, just past her shoulders instead of long. She had on a tight t-shirt and a pair of running pants. He could see this girl with David, and so quickly sent a text reminding him about the pizzas, before turning back to watch MaKayla and Brooke. They were so happy together, each feeding off the other's energy, that he felt a stab in his heart. Is that what it would be like if Michael were still alive? He rubbed his chest, where that familiar ache sprang to life. His brother had been gone for 15 years, and he still missed him. Every moment he worked to build the Boys and Girls Center for Healing was done in Michael's honor. It was the very least he could do to honor his memory. Wiping at the moisture in his eyes, Gabe readied himself for when MaKayla crossed the threshold. It was a moment he wanted to remember. This was the moment their lives would truly be joined together. No more avoiding questions about his marriage, no more white lies. Today, it would all come full circle, and he and MaKayla could embrace their marriageness. The glass doors opened into the great room, which included a kitchen, an informal dining area, and an informal living room. This end of the house was the private area. Just past the living room was a short hallway with 2 rooms at the end, one for him and one for MaKayla. As the girls tripped through the back door, he grinned, anticipating their response. Brooke let out a low whistle, and MaKayla stared wide-eyed, taking in the space with just one sweep. He'd seen her do that at the hotel that first night. She could process loads of information in one breath. She was beaming, and Gabe let out the breath he'd been holding. He wanted MaKayla to be happy here. She was making so many changes in her life, and he hoped they were for the better. The way her eyes shone led him to think she was pleased with the way things were turning out. Brooke bounced the box in her arm and asked, "Which way?" "Just down here." Gabe walked in front of them down the hall. "Let me guess, this is my room." MaKayla indicated the one on the right with a tip of her head. Her long hair swung back and forth, and Gabe grinned. Relaxed, off-the-clock MaKayla was bouncy and carefree. Maybe it was having her sister around, or maybe she was just really serious at work. Whatever it was, he was thankful he'd gotten the opportunity to see this side of her. "How'd you know this one was yours?" he asked. "You haven't seen it yet." Her eyes danced as she replied, "It's just like our offices. Yours is on the left and mine is the one on the right." Gabe laughed. "I guess so. Why do you think I always pick the one on the left?" MaKayla bumped the partially open door aside. "It's probably because you're left-handed." Gabe glanced down at his left hand, surprised that she'd noticed. Writing with his left hand hadn't been a big deal since grade school. Not that she was making a big deal about it. Her attention to detail was amazing, and Gabe warmed knowing she'd paid attention to him. He followed them into MaKayla's room to give the tour. The girls were in the bathroom wing over the decor and practically giggling. He called, "I ordered some basic furniture because the agency said you'd need a bed and dresser. If there's something else you'd like, just let me know." There was a reclining sofa under the window, along with a reading lamp. He'd had bookshelves built in that matched the white bed frame, and he filled them with new releases in several genres. He'd thought white would go with anything, so it was a safe choice for the sleigh bed, matching dresser, and night tables, one on each side. The one on the left had an alarm clock, and the one on the right had a reading lamp. There was a step stool in the closet in case she couldn't reach the top shelf, and the walls had nature photos, close-up pictures of dew on leaves and things like that, because he thought a drop of color here and there would be a welcoming gesture. He didn't normally consider interior design, but he'd enjoyed planning this room while waiting for Pamela to find him a wife. MaKayla came bouncing out of the bathroom. "A shoe rack!" Brooke yelled, "Holy closet space! It's perfect!" Laughing, McKayla threw her arms around his neck. Gabe didn't have time to react before she jumped away and shoved her hands into her back pockets. Her cheeks flamed red, and she looked at the ceiling. Sorry. Gabe felt his face flush and realized they probably matched. It's okay. I'm glad you like it. Really glad you like it. He ran his hands through his hair. If he wasn't careful, he was going to do something he would regret, like pull her back into his arms. This infatuation needed to end as a matter of self-preservation. Brooke skipped out and said, "Let's finish unloading. By the time we're done, you'll be all set up." "What can I do?" asked Gabe. McKayla looked around. "Like you said, there isn't much. We're just going to hang up my clothes and lay down some rugs in the bathroom. I guess I'll go make some phone calls and see about lunch." He winked at McKayla when Brooke wasn't looking, and went to leave. Pausing at the door, he touched the handle. This would be the last time he came in here until after she moved out. Building an imaginary wall in his head, he placed himself in the hall and slammed the last imaginary brick into place. His defense is up. He hurried to the study to call David and tell him to get over here. The more people were around, the easier it would be to stay on the appropriate side of that wall. Gabe knocked on his side of McKayla's door frame. "Pizza's here." Brooke dropped the hanger and shirt on the bed. "Thank goodness. I'm starving." McKayla came out from the bathroom/walk-in closet and asked, "Did someone say pizza?" When she saw Gabe, she pressed her lips together, hinting at the dimple in her cheek. As she passed him, she placed her hand on his chest and leaned close. "Here goes nothing." McKayla followed Brooke, and Gabe realized he'd pressed his palms against the wall behind him in an effort to refrain from resting them on McKayla's waist. It would have been a simple move, a natural one that he was sure wouldn't have shocked her, but he congratulated himself on staying in control. David held 4 pizza boxes over his head and wagged a finger at McKayla and Brooke. "I didn't bring enough for you too. These are for me and the boss." McKayla laughed. "Like you two could eat that much pizza." David pouted. "You think so little of me." "I'll get some plates," said Gabe. "Fine, we'll share. But this means I'm going to have to stop at the drive-thru on my way home." When Brooke made a face, David teased, "Don't judge. I'm a growing boy." After a quick, almost offhanded introduction between David and Brooke, Gabe offered grace. It didn't take long to open the boxes on the counter, pull out some sodas, and gather around the table. David waved a hand at McKayla. "What's the worst thing that ever happened at one of your events?" Brooke burst out laughing. McKayla's eyes widened and she shook her head. "I'm not telling." "I will," said Brooke. "Don't you dare." McKayla glanced at Gabe and flushed red, deep red. "Oh, come on. Now, you have to tell us," pled David. McKayla grabbed her plate and headed to the sink, while Brooke leaned in toward the table and pressed her palms together. She had a glint in her eye that said she was about to embarrass her sister, and she was loving it. First off, it wasn't McKayla's fault. Gabe and David nodded in unison, a captive audience if there ever was one. Brooke continued, "When she was in college, McKayla was over organizing events for the dorm kids. They had this hill behind the dorms. It wasn't huge, but students used it for sledding in the winter, and she had this great idea to hold a first week of school get-to-know-you party and set up a slip-and slide." "Oh no," said David. Gabe glanced at McKayla, who was scrubbing pizza sauce off her plate and ignoring them all. "Oh yes. She put up flyers and sent out emails inviting everyone in the dorms and told them to bring their friends. In the first 20 minutes, there were 2 broken fingers, a dislocated shoulder, and 1 concussion. And some guy stripped down to his skivvies and ran screaming through the crowd, picked up McKayla, threw her over his shoulder, and ran off toward the parking lot." "What? No way." David slapped the table. Gabe's jaw dropped and he turned to stare at McKayla. She threw the dishcloth in the sink and placed one hand on her hip. In my defense, I told them they couldn't surf down the slip and slide en masse. How'd you get away from naked guy? Asked David. McKayla threw up her hands. He dropped me when campus police showed up. They all laughed, and even she cracked a smile. They didn't want to tackle a naked guy, so they chased him off campus property. He hid in the cemetery until I sent his roommates after him with some clothes. Idiot freshman. The ugly truth about event planning. David shook his head and turned to Brooke. Your turn. Weirdest case you've studied. For the next hour, they traded horror stories and ate pizza. Gabe enjoyed the light-hearted teasing. David and Brooke seemed to hit it off, and more than once, Gabe and McKayla exchanged knowing looks over their obvious flirting. When the food was gone, David suggested they play pool, and they went to the billiard room. I must say, you have some nice digs, Gabe. Brooke walked around the table, pulling balls out of the holes and sending them rolling down to David. David's eyebrows came together. You haven't been here before? As close as you and McKayla are, I thought she would have invited you over. When would she have done that? Brooke asked and then looked up at McKayla in horror. Gabe could see their silent conversation as McKayla told Brooke to zip it and Brooke apologized for slipping. It was awesome and enviable, since Gabe didn't have anyone he was that close to in this world. I don't know, any time. David racked the balls while McKayla and Brooke mouthed an argument silently behind his back. The whole thing was rather comical. The code of conduct outlined who they could tell about their marriage and who they couldn't. Brooke was on the to-tell list because she qualified as legal counsel. David was not on the list because he qualified as employee/friend. Gabe decided to just make it easier for all of them. With the wedding in the middle of the week, we hadn't had a chance to move McKayla's things over. They just got here this morning and Brooke came to help us unpack. David waved his hand between McKayla and Gabe. You mean you weren't living together before? McKayla folded her arms. That's none of your business. Yeesh. He turned to Gabe. No wonder you were so touchy about the pillow talk thing. It's all starting to make sense. He tapped his finger to his temple. Whatever. McKayla waved him off. I'm about to kick your trash, so move over. She lined up her shot and broke, sending 3 balls into 3 different pockets. What the? David looked at Brooke, who smiled. McKayla rubbed the chalk on her cue. Setting up slip-and slides wasn't the only thing I did in college. She lined up another shot and sank her ball into the corner pocket. Did you know she could do that? David asked Brooke. Brooke wiggled her eyebrows. Wait until it's my turn. McKayla made her way around the table, checking different angles and looking for her next shot. Gabe cursed under his breath in appreciation as she passed, and she trailed her hand across his shoulders, saying, You have no idea. As McKayla leaned over the table, Gabe forced himself to look away. He pulled his t-shirt away from his chest and let it snap back. Feeling like he'd stepped out of an air-conditioned car into the middle of the desert, he went to check the thermostat, but it was normal. McKayla finished the round, and David had to rack the balls so he could take a turn. David had a good break, but couldn't make his second shot. Brooke finished out the round. Now, I'm just embarrassed. David ran his hand down his cheek. Don't be, said Brooke. It's not like we bet money. David did an exaggerated swipe across his forehead. Gabe was first to break, and he sank half his shots before McKayla got another turn. As she finished up, David asked Brooke, Do you want a tour of the house? Don't you want to play again? Asked Brooke. And lose? No thanks, I'd rather throw you in the pool. Brooke laughed. I'd like to see you try. Challenge accepted. David grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the hall. Gabe leaned against the table and shook his head. He'll do it, you know. McKayla laughed. He can try. Brooke has taken taekwondo since she was 5. $10 says he comes in soaking wet. Gabe leaned his head back and laughed. I'd pay $10 to see that. He considered MaKayla for a moment. Who would win if I tried to throw you in? She returned her cue to the holder. I'm afraid that would be you. I didn't get taekwondo lessons. But you're looking at the star of the Nutcracker 3 years running. Ballet training explained the grace in her movements and the way she carried herself as if she didn't know how to slouch. A faint masculine yell sounded from downstairs. Gabe and MaKayla looked at each other and laughed. Should we get him some towels? Asked MaKayla. There's a bunch by the pool. Things were going well between them, and now that Gabe had her alone, he wasn't ready to give her up. I should probably give you a tour, though. He walked her through the main level, which contained their rooms as well as the kitchen, the formal dining room, the formal hall, the parlor, the bookkeeper's office with a vault, the private office, a storeroom, a washroom, a mudroom, several bathrooms, and a receiving room. Each room was as elegant as the last, and she noticed the details that Gabe loved. The second floor extended over half the main floor and part of the garage. There was a home theater room, a nursery, a man cave complete with bar, and a library that stopped MaKayla in her tracks. It was the only room that made her stop and stare. Gabe smiled as he watched her run her hands over the books and pause under the stained glass window. If you ever lose me, look here first. I won't lose you, because this is where I go to disappear. He moved to stand beside her in the multicolored light coming through the window. What do you like to read? She took in a deep breath and tipped her face up to the light. Everything, she breathed. Gabe watched her as the tension from the last few days seeped away. Her shoulders lost their rigidity and she sighed happily. When she opened her eyes, they sparkled as she placed her palm against his cheek. This is a magical room. If Gabe could have spoken, he would have agreed with her. Here, in the warm patch of rainbow-colored sunlight, there was magic. Magic that had him completely suspended in time and place. Magic that tied him to MaKayla and blocked out all his reasons for keeping away. Magic that drew them together and told him to never let her go. Catching her hand and holding her gaze, Gabe pressed his lips to her palm. Light danced around them as he placed his hand on her waist and pulled her close. She slid her arms around his neck and tipped up her chin, her lips parting slightly. As her eyes closed, Gabe leaned down and brushed her lips with his. It was like striking a match. There was a spark, and then he was consumed as she pulled on his neck, begging him closer. Their lips collided, and all the feelings he'd been holding back he put into the kiss. He kissed her for every time she'd touched his arm or placed her hand on his chest, and he couldn't do anything about it. MaKayla returned his ardor. Moving his hands to her neck, he tipped her head back and kissed her throat, her jaw, and then found her mouth again as she moaned against him. She dug her fingers into his hair, sending a thrill through his body. He whispered her name and she stilled in his arms. Gabe paused, waiting for her to decide which way this was going to go. He moved to kiss her again, but this time, she pulled away, placing her finger over his lips. Is this what you want? She asked. Gabe struggled against the desire coursing through his blood and the common sense, barely a whisper comparatively, which hovered somewhere where they weren't encircled with dancing sunlight. He must have hesitated too long, because she dropped her hands and stepped back. He let her go, giving him enough space to catch his breath, and asked, What do you want? MaKayla sat in the window seat, and Gabe sat next to her, shoulder to shoulder. The energy they'd shared was still there, just under the surface. It wouldn't take much for it to consume them once again. Gabe was surprised at the lack of pressure and tension in the room. Being with MaKayla was that easy. He got the impression that they would be able to weather many a storm together. This wasn't a storm, but if they could talk about it, they'd come to an agreement they'd both be happy with. Were all marriages like this? Or was it part of the magic in this room? MaKayla threaded her ponytail through her fingers. I came into this with a goal and you came into this with a goal. I'm afraid that if we allowed this, she gestured between them, to cloud our judgment, neither one of us will end up with what we really want. Gabe nodded. I've had the same concern. We need to keep the end goal in sight. Gabe had done all in his power to make the center succeed. He'd chosen it over Natasha, and he'd choose it over MaKayla too. MaKayla bumped him with her shoulder. I'm not sure where the line is, or if there is one, or what. It's a bit uneven. Gabe appreciated her honesty. We're going to be together a lot. I think touching, like this. Gabe tucked a loose piece of hair behind her ear, and her cheeks colored. Is fine. But anything more and we're pushing our limits. MaKayla ducked her head. We have to act natural in front of people. But when we're here, it might be better to keep our distance. Agreed. Deal? He held out his hand for her to shake. She didn't hesitate to take it. Deal. She jumped up. We should probably rescue David. The distance she'd placed between them suddenly felt like a gulf. The way she squared her shoulders had him thinking that he'd see a lot more of business of MaKayla and a lot less of the woman he'd glimpsed today. The thought made his heart feel heavy in his chest. There was no going back now. They'd made a deal and he would stick to it. They found David and Brooke in the pool playing a game of volleyball. Your sister is a total cheat, David said. I know. Stay away from Monopoly, laughed MaKayla. Brooke missed an easy shot because she was scrutinizing Gabe and MaKayla. Game point. David raised his hands above his head. Brooke splashed him with a face full of water and made a mad dash for the edge of the pool where she pulled herself out just as David reached for her foot. Laughing, she scooted out of his reach. Looks like things are going well here, MaKayla whispered. Gabe gave her hand a squeeze, but didn't say anything. He knew David's track record, and he hoped Brooke would go easy on him or at least take him seriously. Setting them up had seemed like a good idea at first, but he liked both of them, would have both of them in his life at least for the next year, and he didn't want things to become awkward and ruin the feelings that had infused his home this afternoon. Brooke came over squeezing the water out of her hair. David went to grab a couple of towels. Can I borrow something to drive home in? She asked him. Are you going? Yeah. It's been fun, but I need to get some study time in tonight. David handed her a towel. Can I help? Brooke crossed her arms. It's not really fun stuff. David tucked a towel around her shoulders. I'll make the flashcards. She smiled up at him, and Gabe knew David had passed a test. Come on, you can borrow the camo PJs to get home. MaKayla went to go inside and Gabe resisted the urge to call her back. Each time she put more physical distance between them, he felt a loss in the connection they'd shared. How could one kiss have made such an impact? David stood next to him, rubbing a towel over his head. Did she throw you in? Asked Gabe. David nodded. That girl scares the crap out of me. Gabe slapped David on the back. Looks like I owe MaKayla $10. Yeah, but Brooke owes me. Why? I bet her you were in there seducing your wife, and she said no way. He wiggled his eyebrows. MaKayla looked totally kissed, and you were looking pretty satisfied yourself. Boom. I just won dinner. Gabe shook his head. He couldn't blame David for thinking that way when he didn't understand the whole situation, but he didn't try to correct him either. He had kissed MaKayla, and he would have kissed her a lot more if she hadn't stopped things. As disappointed as he was that they'd placed some parameters, he was just as grateful that they were on the same page. He could put her goals ahead of his desires. Obviously, his goals hadn't been enough to stop him from giving in to his desire the moment they were alone together. But he could do this for her. You need clothes? He asked David as they walked back to the house. I have a gym bag in my car. I'll change downstairs. See ya in a few. Chapter 15. MaKayla hugged Stuffy Bear to her chest as Brooke changed into the ugliest pair of pajamas on the whole planet. She couldn't remember who had gotten them as a white elephant gift years ago, but they hung onto them and traded them back and forth as needed. "What is going on with you two?" Brooke asked through the bathroom door. MaKayla's face flushed as she remembered the way Gabe's lips felt against her own. There was no hiding things from Brooke, not when she was determined to get to the bottom of a situation. It was what made her a great lawyer and an incurable snoop. Brooke's courtroom tendencies aside, MaKayla needed to talk. We kind of kissed." "What?" Brooke shrieked as she yanked open the door. "This morning it's all business and now you're kissing him?" MaKayla flopped back on the bed. "I couldn't help myself. We were in the library, there was this hush in the air, and sparkles. It just happened." She picked her head up. "And then it really happened. I think my center of gravity shifted." She dropped her head again. "Are you guys a thing now?" "No." MaKayla pulled a pillow over her face and let out a scream. Brooke yanked it away. "No?" Sitting up, MaKayla took a deep breath and straightened her spine one vertebra at a time, realigning herself. "No this time," she said it with determination. "This job. My company. Then guy. In that order. That's the way it has to be." "What about kissing?" "I think it's off the table." "You think?" MaKayla nodded. "It's off the table. Although now that we've kissed once, it will be hard not to do it again." Yeah it will." Brooke glanced at the door. "You'd better put a lock on that thing." "You're not funny." "What?" "You said yourself he was gorgeous." Brooke sat down next to her. MaKayla laid her head on Brooke's shoulder and sighed. "This would be so much easier if we weren't married." Brooke snorted. "Yeah, that's the problem." "It is," MaKayla insisted. "Nope, the problem is you like him." MaKayla sat up. "I've known him less than a week." "Correction, you've been married less than a week." MaKayla groaned. "I'm an idiot." Brooke patted MaKayla's arm. "Why don't you give it some time? If you fall out of like with him, then you're no worse for wear." Having the attraction diminish like a dying fire wasn't MaKayla's biggest fear. She hardly dared voice it, so the words came out in a whisper. "What if I fall in love with him?" "Don't think that far ahead. Just stay in the moment." MaKayla sniffed. She wasn't the type of person to live in the moment. She was a planner by nature. However, given the situation, it wasn't practical to envision a real wedding with Gabe, therefore she could make the huge effort to refrain from mapping out the year they had together. As soon as Brooke left, MaKayla would pull out her old business plan and start revisions. That ought to keep her mind busy enough to distract it from Gabe. If that didn't work, she'd throw herself in the pool. Chapter 16. MaKayla didn't see Gabe all day Sunday, but got a text around 10 that said he'd been called out on an emergency. Gabe didn't elaborate and MaKayla didn't dig for information. She and Brooke went to brunch and tried the steam room. It was heaven, exactly what she needed to clear whatever gunk remained in her system from the cold and gear up to face Gabe Monday morning. Trish had lined up a personal trainer to take her through a workout once a week and familiarize her with the equipment in Gabe's home gym, but he wasn't coming until Thursday, so Monday morning, MaKayla hit the ground running. She started off with some time on the treadmill. Her cold was gone and her lungs felt clear. She had a week's worth of exercise to catch up on and a desire to keep her mind occupied, so she picked an intense interval program and was sweating in the first 4 minutes. Gabe came in just as she was leaving, and they smiled and said a quick hello. She managed to make it through their brief encounter without stumbling over her words or her feet. A grand accomplishment, considering that the moment their eyes met, her heart beat triple time and her brain scrambled to keep up. By the time she was ready for work, Gabe was dressed and pressed and looking extremely yummy in his suit. McKayla hid behind her game face, asking about the first work-related subject that came to mind. They rode into the office together, quickly reviewing their schedules and determining that they wouldn't see each other until their dinner date that night. They separated outside their office doors, and she breathed a sigh of relief. McKayla met a few new people and had lunch at a trendy restaurant with Susan, head of the fundraising department for St. Anthony's Hospital. Every year, the hospital held a Christmas ball to raise funds for new equipment and research, and Gabe was always heavily involved. This year the task fell to McKayla, and she found that she was looking forward to it. A ball was a grand affair and the budget had plenty of room for her imagination to run wild. The theme, Winter Wonderland, had been selected back in April, but only the preliminary work, like arranging for the venue, caterers, and the band, had been done. To tell you the truth, I was overwhelmed with the haunted house we did to raise money for the children's wing, and I haven't given this much thought. McKayla waved away Susan's concern. We should have this knocked out before dessert arrives. Susan blinked. There's more to it than just throwing up some streamers and blowing up balloons. I didn't mean to minimize the importance of the evening. I just meant that with your understanding of the hospital's goals and the image they want to portray and my experience with these types of events, we should be able to take care of this in no time. Susan gave her an icy stare as the waiter deposited their salads. Where does Gabe find his event planners? McKayla's fork stopped halfway to her mouth. Excuse me? First he sends in Natasha, a woman who wouldn't know a ball from a barn dance, and now you come along thinking this will be as easy as prom. She pressed her fingers to the bridge of her nose. If he wasn't such a huge contributor to the hospital, I'd ask to just plan the thing myself instead of babysitting Gabe's latest girlfriend. McKayla felt like the waiter had poured her water glass over her head. Several questions screamed for attention, not the least of which was, who was Natasha? Did Gabe always have his girlfriends do this job? If so, why had he bothered to marry her? Why not just get another girlfriend? A strange sensation rose up from deep inside. Jealousy? On a conscious level, McKayla had no reason to be jealous of this Natasha person. On an only slightly subconscious level, she wanted to tear through the woman and send her screaming. Her reaction was completely unjustified based on the sparse information available, and McKayla shook with the effort to control it. Instead of pressing for information about Gabe's personal life, she focused on the other issues. Wiping her mouth with her napkin, she pasted on her professional smile. I assure you, I will not need babysitting. I have 5 years' experience coordinating large events, some of them much more detailed than the hospital's ball, not to mention a degree in public relations and a minor in business. Susan smirked. But you are sleeping with him, aren't you? McKayla ground her teeth together. I married him. Susan laughed. Good job landing that one. Natasha tried for years to get a ring. How long did it take you? That is none of your business. McKayla pushed aside her salad plate, still full, and pulled her iPad closer. Now, if we want to create a true winter wonderland, we will need ice sculptures. She pulled out a floor plan on the space they were using for the ball. She'd sketched in the band, the food tables, the bar, and seating for those who weren't dancing. I think we should have at least 3, one here, here, and here. Susan leaned over her salad to inspect the schematic. Aren't ice sculptures expensive? Some are. I have a contact who may be willing to do them pro bono for this event. Had Susan been at all friendly, McKayla would have told her that the man had undergone open heart surgery and 2 months later was able to hold his first grandchild thanks to the surgeons at the hospital, but she didn't feel at all chummy toward the highbrow drama queen and decided to keep her contacts to herself. Then I guess it would be all right, Susan conceded. Good. Next, I'd like to do backdrops behind the food tables. This particular location has tan walls and icy blue backdrops will bring in the colors of winter. We should put up old-fashioned street lamps along with the snow-covered trees, maybe go with a Narnia type of wonderland with all the magical feelings instead of the traditional 18th century look. Do you want us to have centaurs for waiters? McKayla completely ignored Susan's sarcastic tone. It's a good idea, but I couldn't justify the costume expense. Fairy wings would be too juvenile. Let's think on that one, shall we? She continued to take control, pushing each new thought forward and not letting Susan catch up. When they were done, she handed Susan a to-do list and pointed to her own. Let's have these done by next Monday. We should meet again for lunch, don't you think? Susan gave her a guarded look as the waiter appeared. McKayla gave him the only genuine smile she'd used since lunch started and said, "We'd like separate checks, please." Chapter 17. When the elevator doors slid open, McKayla found David waiting for her with a cup of mint tea and a stack of checks from accounting that she needed to sign. Taking the tea, she asked, "How did you know?" "Nah. I mean, some people have a hard time with Susan. She's efficient. And a total." He looked at her and clapped his hands. She could see the moment he decided not to finish that thought. How'd it go? McKayla's hands had started shaking the minute she slid into the back seat of her hired car. Dealing with hostile clients was one thing, but she was used to the people she worked with being cooperative. The personality trait usually went with the job. The whole Natasha thing had thrown her off too. Whatever had happened between her and Gabe was between the two of them. Just because McKayla and Gabe were married didn't mean they had to disclose their past relationships. If they'd married for love, sure, that information would and should be shared. But they didn't marry for love, they married for opportunity. Tonight was her and Gabe's standing date night. He'd recommended they go out, and McKayla quickly agreed. There would be much less opportunity for slipping up while in public. Once she got home, she would barricade herself in her room and devour one of the books on her shelf. In the meantime, she should review the checks and make sure they went out with the 5 o'clock mail. It went fine. "I have a list of general to-dos I need to go over with you when you have a minute. Nothing big. I live to serve." David bowed. McKayla rolled her eyes before settling in at her desk and pulled out the files she'd need to verify the check amounts and recipients. As she popped the lid off her highlighter, she noticed David hesitating in her doorway. She looked beyond him to Gabe's closed door and wondered whether he was in a meeting or out. Was there something else? David ran his thumb down the door jamb and wouldn't look at her. "Have you talked to Brooke lately?" McKayla hid her smile and logged into her computer. "We spent some time together on Sunday." "Why?" "I just wondered if she said anything about anything. Guys were so cute when they were trying to act tough. I forgot to ask her, but I wondered how studying went." "It was good." He walked a few feet into the office. "I mean, the studying was intense, but she's super smart." Scratching the back of his head, he muttered, "Maybe too smart." McKayla's heart went out to David. He must really like Brooke if he was willing to embarrass himself like this. "What do you mean?" "I mean, she's going to be this awesome lawyer and I'm nothing to look down on, I'm just not a lawyer." McKayla laughed. "David, she's been surrounded by men who want to be lawyers for years. I would think that if she wanted a lawyer, she'd have one by now." David cocked his head to the side. "You think?" "Yep." He went to leave, but stopped at the door. "By the way, I didn't think of the tea." Gabe did. He would have been there, but his meeting is running long. He texted me with instructions to have it ready for you when you got back. The jerk made me stand by the elevator for 10 minutes to make sure I was there when you got off. McKayla's heart did a funny little hop skip. Even in the middle of his hectic day, Gabe had found a way to take care of her. She decided she liked his form of micromanaging. "Thanks." "Yeah." David left with a skip in his step. Sipping her tea, MaKayla pulled out her phone to send a text to Gabe. She didn't want to bother him, but had a strange need to connect on some level. She'd keep it business. Nothing mushy or flirty. 5 drafts later, she hit send. Thanks for the tea. Just what I needed. There. Done. Now she could get to work. Setting her phone on her desk, she picked up the first check in the stack. She had just found the charity on the recipients list when her phone beeped. Dropping both papers, she scrambled to press the green button. You're welcome. It wasn't much, but the fact that he answered so quickly meant that he dropped what he was doing, or who he was talking to, so he could answer her. She wanted to send another one, but held back. She couldn't be a distraction for Gabe, she'd promised. Instead of texting, she sipped her tea and dived into her work. A couple minutes later, she leaned back and threw down her pen in frustration. She couldn't focus. Who was this Natasha woman, and why did a couple of offhand comments about her get under MaKayla's skin? It was obvious that Gabe had a history with this woman. Was it unrequited love? A quick romance? Or had they been together for years, and she broke Gabe's heart? Is that why he signed up with BMB? To get over Natasha? MaKayla pressed her lips together. Gabe hadn't kissed her like a man in love with someone else. She pushed thoughts of their kiss away with all her might. If she started down that road, she could not be held accountable for her actions. She needed to keep her mind focused. Snatching her highlighter, she forced herself to think about checks and signatures and donations, and not about ex-girlfriends and gravity-shifting kisses. Chapter 18. Gabe finished his order and handed his menu to the server. The restaurant was a simple one, family-owned and operated. They served burgers of all kinds along with oversized salads and fries. Gabe could have taken MaKayla to an expensive restaurant with candlelight and a live pianist. But those places were for romantic couples celebrating anniversaries or getting engaged, and Gabe's thoughts didn't need any romantic encouragement. He could honestly say he was doing everything in his power to stick to their bargain, including picking the most unromantic restaurant in town. For her part, MaKayla didn't seem to mind. She'd ordered a burger slathered in horseradish, which surprised Gabe. Didn't most women enjoy salads? Of course, MaKayla wasn't like most women. In fact, she wasn't like any other woman he'd ever met, and it was killing him not to reach across the table and take her hand. Especially since she seemed to have withdrawn into a shell. She'd hardly spoken to him on the ride over and had only offered brief smiles as they decided what to order. There was no flirting, laughing, or playfulness about MaKayla tonight. Gabe decided it was somehow his fault. Maybe he could pull her out of that shell. Taking a large gulp of ice water helped shock his system so he could think clearly. Change your thoughts, change your focus. What's important? The center and the race. Relieved to find something safe to discuss, Gabe asked, "We've only got a couple weeks until Thanksgiving. What's going on with the race?" MaKayla brightened a bit, and Gabe felt his shoulders relax. They were on safe ground. We are on our way to a record number of participants. That's fantastic. How did you do that? The additional advertising with local business helped. I've lined up a few radio interviews for next week. The shows are already talking about it, so that helps. And I've pulled a few strings to get some of my old contacts from the hotel to sponsor their employees. Gabe shifted in his seat. He'd worked so hard to avoid a scandal with Natasha that the thought of one with MaKayla and the hotel terrified him. I thought you couldn't contact hotel clients? I can't contact them for event planning. There's nothing prohibiting me from using my email list for a charity event. So it's on the up and up. MaKayla scowled. Of course. Their food arrived, and they took a moment to get situated. What about that list I sent you for corporate sponsors who would match donations? MaKayla finished chewing and set her burger down. Gabe regretted asking her. He should have let her eat before jumping back into work. If he kept pestering her, she'd never finish her meal. 3 of them agreed. With a cap. What does that mean? McKayla sighed. It means they'll match donations up to a certain point. It's a safety measure on their part. You don't seem happy about it. It makes it hard to use it as an encouragement for people to sign up. If Downton Incorporated will only match up to $5,000, people think their entrance fee doesn't count. Then you'll have to find someone to match it all. McKayla pushed her plate away. I'm working on it. You'll have to schmooze more. He lifted his glass. You know how to schmooze, don't you? McKayla rolled her eyes. I think I can figure it out. He set his glass down without taking a drink. This is important, McKayla. I know, she said quietly. Gabe crumpled his paper napkin. I'm not sure you understand. McKayla's jaw clenched, but Gabe continued on, his voice rising. If we can get the funds, the center will be able to help hundreds of kids who have suffered from abuse. They're victims. Forced to struggle through the hardest years of development with a horrible secret. It needs to stop. I've worked my tail off to get this charity off the ground, and this race is essential. It needs 100% of your efforts. You don't try. You don't figure it out. You do, and you do it well. I can't have another failure on my hands, it's too important. McKayla's hands clenched into fists. I don't know what failure you're talking about, but it wasn't mine, and I don't appreciate getting yelled at for something I didn't do. I've given nothing but 100% since the day I started. She stood up and grabbed her purse off the back of her chair. Where are you going? Home. I have work to do. I drove. Gabe had the keys in his pocket. Brooke's apartment isn't far. I'll get a ride. She left without looking back. Gabe, stranded at the table by himself, rubbed his face with his hands. Once again, his past had overwhelmed his better judgment. McKayla was right. She'd given nothing but her best, and it was always excellent. If she said she tried, it meant she went 10 steps beyond what anyone else would do. He should have given her more credit. He shouldn't have yelled. He glanced at her hamburger. And he should have let her finish eating. Can I get this to go? Gabe asked the server. McKayla might be hungry later, and he'd need a peace offering. McKayla swiped the moisture from her eyes as she crossed the street. Brooke's apartment was only a block away. Hopefully she was home. After half a block, her angry tears dried up, though her frustration stayed. She knocked on Brooke's door and stepped back. The door swung open. Brooke took one look at McKayla's watery eyes and pulled her in for a hug. What did he do? She asked. For just a moment, McKayla regretted coming. Brooke was as overprotective as sisters come, and she'd hate Gabe forever if he broke McKayla's heart. Stupid guy stuff, answered McKayla. Brooke pulled her into the apartment and shut the door. Spill. McKayla let the story tumble out, her hands shaking. It just makes me so mad. I've done nothing to warrant that kind of treatment. Brooke took McKayla's hand and smoothed out her tight fingers. Anger is an emotion that covers other emotions. What are you really feeling? McKayla glared at Brooke. Sometimes I hate that you're so smart. Can't I just be angry? Brooke smirked. You'll feel better when you deal with the real thing. McKayla folded her arms and sat on the bed. With a sigh, she explained as much as she could about Natasha. Brooke nodded. Ah, so it's jealousy, which stems from insecurities. Why do you feel insecure with Gabe? McKayla squeezed her eyes shut. Are you sure you're going for a law degree? You'd make a great shrink. Avoiding the question. Yep. McKayla jumped to her feet. And I'm going to avoid it all the way home. I need a ride. Brooke shook her head but grabbed her keys. When you're ready to face it, let me know. McKayla brooded in the passenger seat. Brooke turned the radio up and let her stew. She was such a great sister. The only explanation for Gabe's outburst could be his past with Natasha. What had that woman done to the man? Whatever it was, it left behind some serious scars. Still, McKayla felt like she was missing something else. There was more to this than an ex-girlfriend. It irked her that Gabe wouldn't confide in her. Brooke dropped her off with a hug and a "you can get through this." Entering through the front door, McKayla was surprised to see Gabe sitting in the entryway. "Hi," she said. "Hey." He held up a white box. "You didn't finish and I thought you might be hungry." "Thanks." McKayla took it and headed toward the kitchen. Gabe followed. "I wanted to apologize for tonight. I shouldn't have said all that stuff." "Thanks." McKayla waited for him to elaborate, to tell her what had happened with Natasha, but he turned away. McKayla placed her hands in her lap as she remembered Susan's hostility at their first luncheon. "Who's Natasha?" she blurted. Gabe pivoted so quickly his hands flew out and he knocked a picture off the wall. McKayla jumped, and Gabe dived for the frame. It didn't break, and he took a moment to place it back on the wall. "Who told you about Natasha?" "Susan." McKayla was still reeling from his reaction. "She said she had to babysit your girlfriends and Natasha was the worst of the bunch." "Let's get one thing straight. There weren't a bunch of girlfriends, there was one." Though the adrenaline slowed, McKayla's heart still beat much too fast at the thought of another woman in Gabe's arms. "Natasha." "Yes, Natasha. I imagine that Susan did have to babysit her." He rubbed his fingers across his forehead. "So, she did this job before me?" A big part of McKayla screamed for answers. She wanted to know everything. How they met. How long they were together. Why did they break up? Did they live together? How long after they broke up did he marry McKayla? And the list went on. It was like a computer program generating error messages over and over in her head. "Yeah." Gabe leaned into the wall as if trying to escape this conversation. One look at his miserable eyes and McKayla couldn't force herself to pound him for information. He was obviously upset by the breakup and probably wasn't over Natasha yet. The thought made McKayla fold her arms, as if she could protect her heart from the incidental damage caused by a woman she had never met. If Gabe was still in love with Natasha, why had he kissed her? Not that he'd tried since their encounter in the library. That alone should have told her something. She thought he was being a gentleman, but maybe there was something more, something he wasn't ready to conquer. There were 1,000 reasons for that stricken look on Gabe's face, and try as she might, the worst ones were the hardest to dismiss. McKayla cleared her throat. "Well, I guess that explains Susan's hostility. I guess I'll just have to keep proving that I'm capable, and one day she might lighten up. Or move, or get fired, or fall down a flight of steep stairs. I'm sure once the ball is over, she'll see that you're more than capable." "Thanks." Gabe stared at the picture on the wall. McKayla left him there and hurried to her room. The fact that Gabe hadn't given her a straight answer about Natasha, or any answers, really, didn't escape her notice. Maybe one day he'd trust her enough to open up. If not, she'd have to move on. That was the plan, anyway. Chapter 19. For McKayla, the next couple of weeks were a whirlwind as she finalized plans for the Thanksgiving Day race, did a power dance with Susan, and managed the little dinners and luncheons that always seemed to pop up for her and Gabe. In short, she was having the time of her life. She took Gabe's apology at face value and decided there wasn't anything she could do if he clamped shut. In a way, his lack of communication made it easier for MaKayla to relax because the line had finally been drawn. It hurt when it happened, but now she was grateful it was there. Gabe relaxed too. They fell into a routine at home that allowed them to avoid private moments together. Which was good, because no matter what line they'd drawn, MaKayla was still drawn to Gabe in a very physical way. She sensed his attraction to her was still in force, but he did well at keeping it under control. Besides, the job was everything she'd ever wanted. Except the fact that she worked for Gabe and was not the one who owned company. Only, it didn't feel like she was working for him, as they often worked together. The night before the race, she met Gabe at the elevator. They had several last-minute decisions to go over. She checked her bag to make sure she had all the files they would need to cover during dinner, and a pen dropped from behind her ear. Gabe reached down to pick it up. She smiled as she said, "Thanks," her fingers brushing his. A wicked half-grin played at his lips and he said, "My pleasure." MaKayla's heart flipped. Even with her mind firmly on her side of the Great Divide, her body reacted to every touch, as though Gabe were filled with static electricity. He placed his hand on her back to guide her into the elevator, and she leaned into him. "Where are we going for dinner?" she asked. "I thought you could use a low-key night, so I ordered takeout from Antonio's." "You want to load up on carbs for the race, right?" MaKayla's brain stalled. A quiet dinner at home? That wasn't their normal routine. However, it would make it easier to get to sleep earlier. Steve, the B&B personal trainer, had her all primed and ready to run a good time. She'd even shaved off 3 minutes from her personal best on her 5K practice run 2 Saturdays ago. It would be awesome to toast Brooke for once. She sighed. "I would if I were running, but there's no way I'm going to be able to keep things moving at base camp if I'm 2 miles away." "Can't Sharon take over?" We'll have to see how things go tomorrow." They stopped at the restaurant, and Gabe ran in while MaKayla returned a phone call. She was just wrapping things up when Gabe placed the bag in the back seat and climbed behind the wheel. She mouthed, "I'm sorry," as her call continued. He waved off her concern. "No, we need the shoelace timers because we've been classified as a qualifying race." "I understand that, but I'm sure there's a way to make it happen." Pause. "Why don't you talk it over with them and call me back tomorrow to let me know what you've decided?" MaKayla tucked her phone into her purse. "Okay, no more phone calls." Somehow David had disappeared that afternoon without either of them knowing where he went. MaKayla suspected Brooke had something to do with it, but she didn't answer her text. Neither David nor Brooke would spill about the other, so things were either going very well or they were tanking fast. Wait, one more text. "I need to ask David about the caterer." "You're fine. Technically, we aren't sitting down to dinner yet." She quickly sent the text. "In that case, let's go over the planning luncheon next week." She made a face as she opened her iPad and found the notes folder. "You don't seem excited." "Don't get me wrong, I love the hospital ball. I've had a blast putting together the details, getting other companies involved, and even selecting food that goes with the theme. I mean, the baby crepes with a dusting of powdered sugar are going to look stunning on the navy blue plates, and my inner event planner is seriously swooning at the sketches for the ice sculptures. But the hospital planning committee is a snore fest." Gabe burst out laughing. MaKayla placed her hand on his forearm. "I'm serious. The old men completely lack vision and, MaKayla stuttered. She was about to complain about Susan, but they hadn't talked about Susan or Natasha in weeks, and she was getting too close to that line. Some people are difficult to work with for no apparent reason. MaKayla had a slight indication of what she did that ticked Susan off. Not paying for lunch had been a dig. But Susan came in with a grudge that was mostly Natasha's fault. Okay, all Natasha's fault. MaKayla didn't even know the woman, but she didn't like her. It wasn't Christian, but neither was what Natasha had done to Gabe. I'm sure you'll win them over. Just take in those sketches, and they'll start to see what you see. Gabe grabbed the food, and as they found plates, cups, and forks for dinner, MaKayla worked to eliminate thoughts of Natasha from her mind. The woman wasn't in the house, MaKayla was. Natasha didn't have a wedding ring, MaKayla did. There was no evidence, no pictures, no feminine touches that looked leftover from girlfriends' past in the house that would make her feel uncomfortable or suspicious, so she pushed the whole thing to the back of her mind and concentrated on her pasta primavera. They covered all the little business items on her list, and MaKayla flipped her iPad shut and leaned back in her chair as she twirled noodles around her fork. There's one thing I never asked, but after seeing how much money you put into these charities for children and the effort you make on their behalf, I have to know. Why? Gabe wiped his lips with his napkin before taking a sip of water. He leaned forward, resting his forearms on the table as he spoke. I don't. He paused, crumpled his napkin, tossed it on his plate, and smiled as though he was giving up a fight and conceding to the winner. Pointing at the stack of files next to her plate, he said, "My brother, Michael, was sexually abused by a family friend. He lived with it for a couple years, until the guy moved away." MaKayla's hand flew to her mouth. She'd never met Gabe's brother. There was a picture of the two of them hung in the library. They were both young, 2 or 3 years apart, with their arms slung over each other's shoulders and popsicle stains on their faces. They had the same brown hair and blue eyes, though Gabe was a bit chubbier because of his age. She and Brooke had a similar picture in their family photo album. He'd changed, drawn deeper into himself over the years, and when he turned 18 he told a counselor at the school what had happened. "My parents were devastated. They filed charges right away. Michael saw through the trial and made sure the guy went to jail. 3 months later Michael was killed in a car wreck." Tears pooled in MaKayla's eyes as he spoke. She automatically thought of Brooke, of what she would have done if her best friend had gone through something like that and then died. Her heart ached for the loss Gabe had experienced at such a young age. Then she thought of Michael, of the horrors he had lived through and the awful secret he was forced to carry. "Hey." Gabe leaned over and brushed each tear away as it fell. "Hey. I'm sorry. I just can't imagine." MaKayla couldn't stop the tears. Gabe stood and pulled her to his chest, wrapping his arms around her and rubbing her back. "You shouldn't be comforting me. I should be the one holding you," she mumbled into his shirt. "No one's stopping you," he said, his voice heavy. MaKayla slid her arms around his middle and held on for all she was worth. Gabe cleared his throat, as if he were having a hard time maintaining his composure, and she moved her arms around his neck and stood on tiptoes so she could rest her chin on his shoulder. "I'm so sorry for your loss." He pulled back to look at her, and she saw the tears in his eyes. "Sometimes it just hits me. I try not to talk about it often, because I'd rather do something than sit around and cry." "Yeah, but crying is good for you. It releases the bad chemicals in your body, it cleanses." Chuckling, Gabe kissed her nose. "Now you sound like a girl." MaKayla gasped at his kiss. He hadn't kissed her since that day in the library. It was supposed to be off limits. Of course, a kiss on the nose was hardly romantic, except that it did crazy things to her heart and made it flutter around inside her chest. To cover up her reaction, she pretended to be offended and slid out of his arms. "There's nothing wrong with being a girl." She gave him a little shove and picked up her plate to take it to the sink. She needed to get back on steady ground, so she asked, "What about the hospital fundraiser?" "My dad had to have a new heart valve put in, and they were the ones that did the work. Heart valves usually lasted 10 years. "How long ago was that?" "It will be 5 years this Christmas." "Ah, hence the Christmas ball." Gabe smiled. "Have all the charities done something for you or helped someone you love?" "Most of them, some I just can't say no to." Closing the dishwasher, MaKayla watched Gabe put the napkins in the garbage, and her breath caught in her throat. "You're a good man, Gabe Russell." Her heart stopped pounding and swelled with emotion. Sure, Gabe was good-looking. Scratch that, he was gorgeous. But he was also kind, thoughtful, and giving, not to mention an extremely good kisser. That last thought made her press her lips together, as if she could stop the memory. Gabe crossed the kitchen to where she stood in front of the sink and brushed his fingers across her cheek, sending her heart back into flutter mode. That means a lot to me, coming from you. Clutching at the counter behind her, McKayla breathed in his masculine scent and closed her eyes. Sometimes, like now, he was so close that she felt his presence caress her skin. When she opened her eyes, he was watching her, waiting for her to make a move. McKayla thought about that kiss in the library. It was a magical moment, one she'd relived 100 times over in her head. One she desperately wanted to repeat, but she didn't want to break the fragile treaty that made it possible to be his wife and still maintain her identity, her dreams. Gabe didn't wait too long. Giving her a half smile, he said, "I have to send an email to David." "Are we good here?" McKayla held still. If she took her hands off the counter, they would wrap themselves around Gabe's neck and hold him there, possibly forever. Instead of answering, because who knew what her voice would do if she let it have a chance, she nodded. Gabe disappeared into the office, and McKayla panicked. There were more emotions running through her than she could manage. She wanted to run around the house jumping and dive into the pool. Instead of doing either, she dug her phone out of her bag. She paced around the table waiting for Brooke to answer. "What's up?" asked Brooke. "I'm ready to spill?" "You mean about Gabe?" "Yeah. Yeah. So? So, I can't do that anymore." This careful thing. "Why, did he kiss you again?" "No, but I wanted him to." McKayla sat in one of the chairs. "Why didn't you kiss him?" Dropping her head to the table, McKayla groaned. "Because I can't just kiss him." "Why not?" "You two are married, for the love of Pete. You can do whatever you want. If you want his body, you can have it. No biggie." McKayla groaned again. Brooke cursed. "Holy shiz, you're in love with him." "Thanks for summing it up. I still don't get why this is such a big deal to you." "Because we promised that we wouldn't get in the way of each other's dreams." "How is loving your husband going to stop you from opening a business?" McKayla sat up and rubbed at the spot in the middle of her forehead. "It changes things." "Yeah. For the better." "No. If I do it with him, it's not mine. How will I know I made it happen, that I was capable? That I'm strong enough to face the world and come off the conqueror?" McKayla. "Oh, I could strangle you." "It's harder to conquer fear than it is to conquer the world." "Really?" "Yes." Hugging the phone to her cheek, McKayla practically whispered, "What if he doesn't love me back?" McKayla felt a hand on her shoulder, and she tipped her head to see Gabe standing behind her. As her face flamed, he took the phone from her hand and said, "I don't think you have to worry about that." Locking his eyes to hers, he put the phone to his ear and told Brooke, "She'll call you back." Without waiting for a reply, he hit the end button. McKayla wanted to both crawl into a hole and jump for joy. Identifying her feelings was brand new, and yet she knew she'd felt this way since the moment Gabe bought her that first cup of mint tea when she was sick. He'd been there for her since the day they met and were married, and she knew he was the type of guy who would be there every day of her life, if he really did love her. What she'd first seen as greed and micromanagement was really a manifestation of Gabe's ability to feel things so deeply that he committed himself to them with all that he had, his time, his money, and his attention. He not only wanted to make the world a better place, he constantly strove to make her world a better place. Biting her lip, she wondered if all that effort added up to the love she hoped he had for her, because there was no way she could stop the way she loved him. Gabe moved so he could place one hand on the table and one on the back of her chair. He pressed his forehead against hers and closed his eyes. McKayla did the same as she allowed her hands to go around his neck. They hovered over the moment, testing the waters, before diving in. As Gabe brushed his lips over hers, McKayla sighed. His kisses came again, and soon she was standing in his arms, digging her fingers into the hair on the back of his head and matching his passion kiss for kiss. Gabe pressed her against him, his strong arms gently lifting her. Or maybe she was floating, it didn't matter. As he deepened the kiss, holding her as if she could become a part of him. McKayla hesitated. Could she become a part of him and still be herself? As his lips went to her jaw, her neck, and then her mouth once again, she realized she didn't care if she lost herself as long as she lost herself in this moment, and she sighed against him, whispering his name. As she felt herself get lost in his kisses, she panicked. Gabe. He hummed against her neck, as he continued to kiss his way toward her shoulder, sending shivers of anticipation down her arms. As much as she wanted to be whisked away, she was scared to put everything on the line. Not just her heart, but her whole future, her business, her career, her life. Gabe, this. Gabe pressed his fingers to her lips and she stuttered to a stop. McKayla, you can't play with my heart. I love you. We are married in so many parts of our lives, and we are good together. I know we'll be good together in other ways, too. He gave her that wicked little smile, and her knees almost gave out. Oh, heavens, how she wanted to see how good they could be. But I don't want this unless you love me. Placing her hands on his cheeks, McKayla kissed him softly and slowly. He didn't press for more or deepen the kiss. He let her take her time, and with that one act of unselfish love, where he put his desire aside so that she could determine her heart, she knew that he would never let her lose herself, even in him. I love you, she said against his lips. This time her knees did go out when he kissed her. Chapter 20. McKayla handed Gabe the microphone and the starter gun. He looked more than good in his loose-fitting running shorts and tight black shirt. Memories of their kisses the night before made her blush as she said, "You should start the race." Gabe slid his arm around her waist and pulled her against him. Though she wore running pants, her favorite baby blue top, and a zip-up jacket, she shivered with the thrill of being in his arms. Why don't we do it together? He gave her a quick kiss and then let her go so he could flip the switch on the bottom of the mic. Hello, racers. The massive group of runners turned toward the stage as the speakers hummed to life and Gabe's voice broadcasted over the park. McKayla tried to step back to give him center stage, but he tucked the starter gun in his pocket and grabbed her hand. I'd like to thank everyone who helped organize this event, starting with my wife, McKayla. To her horror, Gabe raised her hand in the air as the crowd clapped. Her grip tightened with nerves, and he gave her a mischievous smile. She's worked tirelessly to bring this all together, and I'm thankful for her efforts. I'd also like to thank her staff. He nodded in the direction of the sign-in tables. As well as the many volunteers, some who have been here every year and helped to make sure none of you get lost. There was a chuckle from the crowd. Most of all, I'd like to thank you for taking time on your holiday to help the children who have been abused or neglected. Your race fees go toward providing education, safe homes, counseling services, and much more. With the sponsorship program, we've reached our goal of $60,000 and will be able to open the new location. I am truly grateful for your willingness to give. He dropped McKayla's hand and pulled the starter gun from his pocket. On your mark. The crowd tensed and McKayla could feel the pre-race adrenaline coursing through them. She'd tied her timer to her shoelace so she could run, but since she was on the small stage they'd brought in, it wasn't like she could just jump into the crowd without hurting someone. Still, she leaned forward with the rest of them. Get set. Gabe fired the gun and the massive bodies took off. McKayla recognized a few of the faces that she'd seen at other runs, and she waved as they went by. Brooke was still a ways back in the group. At tagged races, they preferred to hang back at the start, so they could pick their pace and not be forced to run with the herd. Gabe put his arm around her again. You're dying to get out there, aren't you? McKayla looked at the finish line, and just beyond that to the reception tables where orange slices, cut bananas, and bottles of water awaited the runners. The volunteers were lined up at their stations, even though they had a good 15 minutes before the first 5K runners made it back. Even Sharon was happily chatting with a group at her table, where those who wanted to enter the drawing could put their name in the jar. After the timed awards ceremony, she would draw the winners. McKayla calculated that she had at least 40 minutes of free time, and she was hoping to run the 5K in half that. She tapped her phone strapped to her arm. "If you need me, call me. I'll cut through a neighborhood and be here within 5 minutes." Gabe laughed as he pushed her toward the stairs. "Go." She blew him a kiss, just as Brooke got to the starting line and as David arrived at the bottom of the stairs. "Are you ready?" Brooke asked. McKayla eyed up David. "You sure you don't want to run?" David smirked. "Not after the last run she took me on." Brooke rolled her eyes. "Baby." McKayla sprinted forward. "Hey, Brooke, try to keep up, okay?" Brooke yelled, "Hey," and ran after her. She didn't let them get very far before saying, "You are such a cheater. I waited for hours for you to call me back last night and now I'm exhausted. That's no way to win a race." McKayla's cheeks flushed, and she hoped it just looked like she was running hard. "Don't worry, I didn't get much sleep either." "What?" Brooke yelled loud enough that several runners around them stared. "I can still outrun you though." McKayla put on a burst of speed and started her intervals. Brooke tended to run at the same clip for the entire race, and Steve said McKayla would have a better shot at beating her if she learned to run with bursts of speed sprinkled throughout her race. As she passed a couple in matching lime green running suits, she hoped it would work. This thing between her and Gabe was still precious, and she wanted to guard it. Not to keep it secret, but to acknowledge the sacred feeling that they joined their souls together. She'd never imagined that surrendering could make her feel stronger. It didn't diminish who she was, but magnified every good part of her and gave her the desire to improve at the same time. Her phone beeped, signaling that it was time to slow down, but she didn't need to. She was running high on Gabe and had a feeling this was going to be a record finish. Chapter 21. Gabe and David watched until McKayla and Brooke turned the corner and disappeared from view. $50 Brooke comes in first. David held out his hand. Gabe lifted an eyebrow. He didn't know about Brooke, but McKayla had more energy than any woman he'd ever known, plus she was determined and driven. "You're on." They shook on the bet. "Let's get to the finish line. I'll need my money if I'm going to take Brooke out tomorrow night." Gabe shook his head. David made good money, lived in a studio apartment, dressed professionally but not flashy, and drove a clunker. He either had a huge savings account or gambled it away online, which Gabe doubted. The guy talked big, but he was from a small town in Idaho and grew up herding sheep and riding horses. His dad would have killed him if he ever scratched felt. David wouldn't do anything to disappoint his father. It was all that rolled up into a ball, and the cocky look in David's eye, that made it easy for Gabe to take his money. "Do you want to double that bet and we can double date? Loser buys dinner?" David went red. "Shoot, I wasn't supposed to make a big deal out of me and Brooke dating." "What? Why?" "I don't know, she was weird about it. She said something about how you and McKayla might not last long, and she didn't want us to get tangled up in your marriage." Gabe harumphed. He knew he'd need to come clean with David and soon, but first he and McKayla needed to talk a few things out. They'd overslept this morning and barely made it out the door in time. He didn't even shave. After the race, they had a big Thanksgiving dinner planned and McKayla was going to be too busy with last-minute preparations to talk. Thank goodness she'd hired a caterer. He'd been the one to wake them up this morning. Maybe it would be better if they put off hanging out with David and Brooke for another week. Just as he was about to suggest they talk to the girls before making plans, Natasha jogged over, wearing workout clothes that must have come from a lingerie store, and threw her arms around his neck. How was she not freezing? Gabe. Gabe wrapped his arms around her to stop them both from tumbling to the ground. Natasha planted a kiss on his cheek before leaning back. "I've missed you," she said breathlessly. Gabe cringed, put his hands on her hips, and tried to push her away. She relented a little, but kept her arms around him as she pouted out her bottom lip. "Haven't you missed me?" Gabe threw David a look that screamed help, but David put both hands in the air and took a step back. "So much for friendship." "Natasha," Gabe began, but before he got to say much more, Natasha dropped her hands to her hips. "Are you really married?" Gabe sighed with relief. "Yes." The first racers made it across the finish line to cheers of an enthusiastic crowd. Gabe tried to turn his attention to them, but Natasha wouldn't have it and she pulled at his arm. Flipping her hair over her shoulder, Natasha said, "We were so happy together, what happened to us?" Gabe shrugged. "We grew apart. It happens." "No, you changed." She slid her hand up his chest and around his neck. "But it's okay because I'm still the same me, Gabe, the same girl you fell in love with. Why don't we try again?" "I'm married." "To whom?" "I've known you for 5 years. You couldn't have known her for long." Gabe swallowed. The last thing he needed was for Natasha to find out about his impromptu wedding. It would be in the press right along with the Black Friday deals. "I haven't known her long, but it's long enough to know that I love her." Natasha pouted again. "More than you loved me?" Oh man, how does a guy answer something like that without setting off a set of tantrums in a girl like Natasha? More and more racers streamed across the finish line, and there was a huge crowd gathering. He didn't want to ruin all of MaKayla's hard work by setting Natasha off and creating a scene. He needed to keep her quiet. She was such a drama queen and would love the chance to burst into tears in front of the hundreds of people milling about and make him look like an idiot. Keep her happy and get rid of her, both easier said than done. Turning his back to the finish line, Gabe said, "You're right, you have changed a bit and I can honestly say MaKayla doesn't compare to you in any way." There was a gasp behind Gabe and he turned in time to see MaKayla's stricken face, flushed from her run, before she turned and sprinted toward the water station. He went to go after her, but Natasha's arm around his neck stopped him. "Let her go, sweetheart." Gabe saw MaKayla glance back at him and then put on a big smile and hand a dripping water bottle to the older man in front of her. Her ability to maintain her poise when she was obviously distraught was just one more reason he loved her. "No," Gabe forcibly pulled Natasha's hands out from around his neck. She could cry, scream, rant, rave, and even hit him if she wanted, but he needed to get to MaKayla right now and explain himself. "Natasha, it's over. We're done." "Sweetie, we could." "No, Natasha. My answer will always be no." By now, runners were everywhere. As Gabe tried to make his way to the water station, he was constantly jostled and had to stop for more than one stroller to cross his path. Judging by the smiles on people's faces, the event was a success, but he felt like the ground was falling out from underneath him. The longer it took him to find MaKayla, the worse he felt. When he finally stepped into the recovery station, MaKayla was nowhere to be found. He went to the sign-up table for the drawing, but it was empty, not even the basket of names was there. The speakers boomed to life and Sharon's voice filled the park. "We're about to start the awards ceremony, if you'd like to gather around." Making a beeline for the ceremony, Gabe was sure he'd find MaKayla handing out prizes to the winners. He breathed a sigh of relief as he came up alongside her on the stage. He tried to slip his hand into hers, but she transferred half the medals to that hand, kept her smile on her face, and refused to look at him. "MaKayla, please listen." She shook her head slightly as she untangled the ribbons and handed the bronze medallion to Susan. "This isn't the place," she said through her teeth. Gabe sighed, but this time it was in resignation. She was right. There was just so much to say, and the longer it went unsaid, the more likely it was to cause a major problem between them. She handed the silver medallion to Sharon, who placed it around the winner's neck. The crowd clapped. "We'll talk on the ride home. I'm riding home with Brooke. She's going to go with me to pick up a few last-minute things for dinner." Handing the gold medallion to Sharon, MaKayla made her way off the opposite side of the stage. Gabe went to follow her again, but this time he was stopped by Sharon, who shoved a huge basket full of names into his arms and told him to start picking winners. MaKayla disappeared into the crowd, talking on her cell phone, and Gabe's heart dropped to his shoes. Chapter 22. MaKayla finished up with the vendors, handing out checks and making sure they didn't need anything more from her before she left. As long as she focused on her to-do list, her heart kept beating and the wave of hurt stayed back far enough that she could think and move and function. The longer she kept it at bay, the bigger it grew. There would be a tsunami of tears later, much later. She didn't want to break down in front of Gabe, didn't want him to know how badly he'd hurt her. She felt like such a fool allowing herself to fall in love with him, to trust him enough to let go of everything. She thought they'd shared something exceptional. And when he'd kissed her goodnight at her bedroom door, she'd felt cherished. In the light of day, he'd jumped back into Natasha's arms the minute she'd pranced by in her barely there sports bra. What a fool she'd been to fall for a man's pretty words and steamy kisses. Once the vendors were all good to go, she went to find Brooke at her car. "Hey, thanks for giving me a ride." "No problem. We just have to wait a minute for David." MaKayla pulled the passenger door open and dropped into the seat, sinking as low as she could. Her phone rang and she checked it, hoping it was a vendor and not Gabe. It was Gabe. She sent it to voicemail and immediately got a text from him. "I'm ready to go, can I drive you?" MaKayla ignored that as well. He had a car and he could get home anytime he wanted. Home. She dropped her head in her hands and groaned. How could she go back there? David climbed in the back seat and Brooke slid behind the wheel. MaKayla needed to gain some perspective. Gabe had said he loved her and she wanted to believe him. But it was more than that, he'd shown her countless times how much he cared. So why would he hold Natasha like that? She wanted to ask him, but she was afraid she'd break down. The atmosphere in the car was heavy with her thoughts when Brooke asked, "You're not going to rub it in that you won?" MaKayla turned away from the window. "What's up with you?" MaKayla glanced back and forth between Brooke and David. "David." She turned so she could see him better and said, "All right, spill it. What's up with Gabe and Natasha?" Yuck, saying their names together like that made her want to spit. David shrugged. "Nothing. Why was she here?" "I guess to run the race." Why were they? Her voice bordered on hysteria and the panic behind her words must have hit David. He was a quick study, and it took less than a blink for him to register what was going on. David cursed and grabbed the back of Brooke's seat to lean forward. "Look, I was there when she threw herself at him, literally." He ran his hands through his hair. "I should have stuck around, but she can cause so much drama. I didn't want to be near her." It looked like Gabe wanted to be near her. "Trust me, Gabe wants nothing to do with her." MaKayla studied her hands in her lap. "He said I didn't compare to her in any way." Brooke gasped. "He did not." David laughed and Brooke tried to hit him around her seat. "That's rude. If Gabe said you don't compare to Natasha, it's a compliment." MaKayla's heart leapt. "It is? Natasha's a leech. If you knew half the crap she put Gabe through." He settled back in his chair. "The girl is bat crap crazy, and Gabe knows it." He gave them a quick overview of Natasha's thievery. With every word, MaKayla pieced together the puzzle she'd been trying to assemble since Natasha's name first came up. The final image before her was of a man who not only was worth loving, but needed someone stable and trustworthy in his life. MaKayla wanted to be that someone. Brooke gave David a smile in the rearview mirror. "Where did you need to stop?" she asked MaKayla. "Can you just take me home?" "But I thought you needed to go to a store or something." MaKayla shook her head. "I need to get home." Chapter 23. Gabe hovered on the front porch, unsure if he wanted to step into the empty house or not. He didn't want to go in if MaKayla wasn't going to be there, but he needed to get ready for Thanksgiving dinner. Since all of his shaving supplies and clothes were in the house, he'd eventually have to enter, but still he hesitated. He had spent the majority of the day tracking down the owner of the flower preservation shop, and then he'd spent a small fortune to get him to retrieve the bouquet from his closed store. It would be worth it, though, if the flowers would get MaKayla to talk to him. Looking down at the beautifully preserved bridal bouquet in his hands, he prayed MaKayla would appreciate his gesture and listen to his explanation for the things she'd overheard. Even though they'd woken up this morning and been in a hurry, the love between them floated in the air like bubbles. It was such a beautiful memory that he hated to ruin it by walking through the front door alone. Resolving to wait on the porch till she came, he sat down on the step. It wasn't long before Brooke and David pulled up. He held his breath, waiting for MaKayla to get out of the car. She didn't. Gabe's arms slumped to his side. "Hey," called David. "Hey." Brooke walked around to the passenger side and picked up a bag. "She's not coming, is she?" Gabe asked. He'd messed it all up. "MaKayla? I dropped her off hours ago." Gabe's head popped up. "You mean she's here?" "She should be." Gabe was on his feet and through the door, calling MaKayla's name as he ran through the entryway. "In here." MaKayla called from her room. Gabe ran right through the door he'd promised himself he'd never enter and caught her in her closet, slipping on a necklace. She was wearing the chocolate brown dress she'd worn on their wedding day. Her hair was loose and fell across her shoulders, and the shy smile on her face was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. Closing the distance between them, Gabe held up the bouquet and watched as MaKayla's eyes brightened. "How did you? I thought it was gone forever." "I had it preserved." She placed her palm against his cheek as she took the flowers in her other hand. "Thank you." "MaKayla, I need to explain about this morning." "I talked to David." She moved past him and went into the bedroom. Gabe followed. She carefully laid the flowers on the center of her dresser before turning around to face him. "I should have talked to you, but it all felt so fragile." "I felt fragile." It must have taken everything in her to admit that to him. After what she learned about him today, she thought he could handle it. Gabe circled his arms around her waist and pulled her close. "I know. I was afraid I'd broken us." MaKayla wrapped her arms around his neck. "We need to talk." Gabe chuckled. "I'm glad you're wearing that dress." MaKayla tipped her head to the side and asked, "Why?" "Because I hoped today would be a new start for us, for our marriage. I don't want to be married to you because you can manage my charities, sign checks, or schedule an amazing event like the one you pulled off this morning. I want to be married to you because I love you." Tears pooled in MaKayla's eyes. "I want that too. We can shred the prenup and we'll have a recommitment ceremony. I'll even wear a silly boutonniere, if that's what you want." MaKayla paused. "You got the boutonniere and you didn't wear it?" Gabe shook his head. "I was so tired of having a woman run all over me that I staged a small rebellion." MaKayla lowered her eyebrows. "I know now that you weren't trying to control me, you just can't help making life's moments special. It's your gift. And yours is giving and serving others." Gabe bent down so that their foreheads touched. "Say you'll stay," he whispered. "I'll stay," MaKayla whispered back. As their lips met, Gabe was reminded of the sweetness they'd shared the night before. He lifted her off the floor, and applause rang from the doorway, where Brooke and David grinned like cats over a mouse. McKayla smiled against his lips for a second before kissing him quickly. He set her on her feet, but kept one arm around her. "Where's my $50? Gabe asked, and David's smile quickly disappeared. "What $50? Asked McKayla. "We had a bet over who would win this morning's race between you two." "You bet $50 on me?" Brooke stared up at David, who looked at the floor and nodded. Brooke threw her arms around David and kissed him soundly on the mouth. David, stunned by her reaction, didn't respond for a full 3 seconds. Then he placed his hands on either side of her face and kissed her back. McKayla let out a whoop, and Brooke jumped back like she'd been caught by the principal. McKayla's phone beeped somewhere in the room, and she checked the bedside clock. "It's late." Gabe smiled as McKayla shifted into mega super planner mode. Shooing David and Brooke out of the doorway, she said, "You two go out to the pool house and figure this thing out." She waved between the two of them. "We have about 40 minutes until the first guests arrive, and I expect you back to help entertain." To their credit, they didn't argue with her, but sheepishly made their way out the back door. Once they were gone, McKayla rounded on Gabe. "You need to shave and get dressed. I have to check with the caterer, make a quick round to see if the seating chart is correct, and..." She bent to pick up Brooke's grocery bag. "Put these rolls in the serving basket." She checked the grandfather clock in the hall. "But we have 5 minutes to spare, so I think you'd better hurry up and kiss me." Gabe didn't hesitate, and when they squished the bag of rolls between them, McKayla let out a squeak, tossed the bag aside, and pressed her body to his. 10 minutes later, when the caterer cleared his throat and said, "Ma'am, where do you want the turkey?" they finally pulled apart enough to breathe. Gabe couldn't let her go. "I'll be right there," she said, and the man went back to the kitchen while Gabe started kissing her neck. "Gabe." She breathed his name as she rose up on her tiptoes. He stopped kissing and groaned. "This is going to be the longest Thanksgiving I've ever had. Can't we just put a do not disturb sign on the front door?" McKayla giggled. "What if I promise to make it worth the wait?" Gabe groaned again, but let her pull away this time. She retrieved the bag from the floor and made her way to the kitchen, pausing to smile at him from the doorway. It took all his strength, but he managed not to follow her and take her back into his arms. Chapter 24. Gabe stood at the head of the table in his wedding suit and lifted his glass. A turkey, looking much the worse for wear, sat on the sideboard in the formal dining room. A basket with only a few smashed rolls remaining sat next to it, and various business acquaintances, family members, and friends gave him their full attention as he cleared his throat. "I have a lot to be thankful for this year, but my biggest blessing was so unexpected that I'm still reeling with happiness." He turned to face McKayla and felt his voice catch. "McKayla, you create moments that take my breath away, and I am truly thankful that you agreed to be my wife." He lifted his glass in McKayla's direction, and everyone followed suit. McKayla blushed and took Gabe's hand as he sat down. David, who was holding Brooke's hand, leaned over and said, "Speaking of your wedding." Gabe smiled at McKayla, who nodded her assent. He planned to shred the prenup, and Pamela would have to understand the change in circumstances. Besides, David was practically family. Lowering his voice, Gabe said, "I'll tell you after the party clears out." "Actually," McKayla smiled. "He'll have to tell you Monday morning. He's busy for the rest of the weekend." Gabe raised an eyebrow. "I told you, I'd make it worth the wait." She winked. Gabe about fell off his chair. "In that case, dinner's over." McKayla laughed. "We haven't even had pie." "Okay, pie, and then I'm kicking everyone out." McKayla laughed and signaled to the servers to clear the dinner plates. Gabe had to admit, Pamela was right. Marriage was the answer to all his problems. McKayla not only ran his charities with an expert hand, she filled in the holes in his life. No one could replace Michael, but as Gabe took in the people seated around the table, including David, Brooke, and even Rob from accounting and his wife, he realized MaKayla had built a family around her. Scratch that, she'd built a family around them. He was looking forward to Thanksgivings to come when they added seats to the table. Picking up her hand, Gabe pressed his lips to MaKayla's fingers. She smiled at him, and he knew his life would be full of breathless moments. You've been listening to The Organized Bride, a Billionaire Marriage Brokers romance novel. Written by Lucy McConnell. Narrated by Christina Dimmick.
And we're back. I hope you agreed with Pamela that Janelle and Nick were meant for each other from the very beginning. I love my modern day fairy godmother. She's just a lot of fun to write. And I love that she's so caring about these people and she takes time to get to know them before setting them up. And she just does a really excellent job. And so, as a fairy godmother should, after writing this book, I had somebody ask if there were any brides that didn't work out. And if you remember in book 1, there was, and her story is very last in this series. So we go back and she'll get married again eventually. But the next book in the series is about a bride who has done several marriages already. She's a career wife. So it will be out next week. It's called The Professional Bride. And there's some fun things about that story that I'll share with you on that video. So I'll see you over there. Like, comment, subscribe, hit all the buttons, do all the things, and I will see you in the next audiobook.